Alright, welcome back, people. How you doing? Happy Thursday, everyone. Yes, finally here in the southern hemisphere, we are getting into the spring, and finally we are getting rid of that terrible, ruthless cold that is absolutely unbearable. Okay, so day number 20. Welcome to day number 20 of metaphysical analysis of Drakensang online. Patrick, how you doing? How you doing, Patrick? Hello. Sorry that yesterday you couldn't synchronize, but well, I was playing another game. I was playing Titan Quest. I was playing a boss fight there, Patrick. How are you doing? I will try to be punctual regarding the time zone, Patrick, so you don't miss a stream. I'll try to be as punctual as possible because I need to consider that of course all of you are like 5 hours ahead of me, or at least most of the Discord members and followers. It is true that there are some from the US like me, which is the same time zone, but most of you that you love Drakensang Online so much, I need to be punctual with that. So I'll try to be punctual at 5 p.m. for me. That should be 10 p.m. for all of you. More or less. More or less. I know there will be variations. Some will be 6, some will be 5. Thank you, boss. You are doing so much for me. Still, if you start later, no, Patrick. Is the least I could do for all of your great company. Something that nowadays is not appreciated enough by people. The great company of good people like you and District and Flying Energies and Crowbar and Axis and Ender and Ambra. So yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's a new emote. That's when I start debating politics and philosophy and all of those crazy shit. So that's why it has like the top hat of the US for politics. Indeed. Regarding what you asked me on Tuesday, that I remember you were quite curious about what the fuck I am regarding those crazy metaphysical stuff, that I talk about. But well, before we begin, thanks to the 86th, it's always important to be thankful in life, people. Thanks to the 86th subscriber over at YouTube, yeah, number 86. Thanks to subscriber number 86 over at YouTube. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Remember that over at YouTube you can subscribe either publicly or privately. If it's publicly, I can display beautiful messages like this one, like I did the other day. Give me a second, Patrick. Now I read it your messages. Remember that if you subscribe publicly, people, I can display beautiful messages like this one, which is number 85, for example, who was Mad Chris. So, but if you subscribe anonymously, like without your public account, I cannot see your username, but still, thanks from the bottom of my heart to the subscriber number 68. Start reading and learning about Thomas Aquin. Oh, okay, Patrick, interesting. No, I was telling you, well, let me start a stream, and we can debate about all of those interesting things that you love. I hear voices. Welcome to Cardhum. I am relieved that you answered my call. You are standing in the parallel world that keeps the balance between worlds, but now it starts to break apart with the disastrous consequences of all worlds. Okay, people. Last time we finished, as a little bit of a quick recap, we finished with the dungeon on infernal difficulty that pretty much forced us to do so, and that triggers the topic of analysis that we'll do today, which is the structure of the level design and the enemy variety. The city Cardhum in the eye of some spear to stabilize the maelstrom words. A hematary fragment collecting the effect. If you care to help, you speak to Signing Jetis Dorit at the portal into the parallel Grimagstone, the Splintered City. Okay, Patrick, you started reading about those things, and what do you think? What do you think about those things? It's from the page that I linked to you. It's quite good because there is pretty well summarized. Like Thomas Aquinas wrote a huge book called the Summa Theologica, and there you can and it's massive. So I like that site because it's quite neutral in that sense, and it's quite summarized at the same time. So, what did you think? You started reading the well. He's for those of you who don't know, he precisely asked me about reading about realism, about philosophy, and I suggested Thomas Aquinas, and Thomas Aquinas is the father of my school of thought. For those of you who don't know. Uh, Pillow also loves debating all of these things. You're reading it slowly because you need to understand everything, and I have to translate to the Hungarian. I don't want to miss. No, no worries. And if you have any doubt, you can ask me. It won't give you money. It won't give you riches. It won't give you anything, but it will give you. It'll give you um, a perspective that most is this the other part. Yes, it'll give you a perspective that 99% of the people you debate against Patrick won't have, because 99% of modern schools of thought nowadays are all relativist, so they only use philosophy post 1700s. And that has a huge consequence, which is that they base everything on psychology and sociology instead of biology, like realism does. You start the epistemology and the nature of knowledge and science chapter, or and you liked it more or less what you read, the few paragraphs, the few lines or paragraphs that you read. Did you like it, or was it at least interesting? And those things, was it interesting, the few lines that you read, or or not? Oh no, says District. How you doing, District? How you doing? Oh no, what? What? I'm starting this city right where we left last time. Hello, how you doing, District? I'm starting this city. Cardhum shook. He began to dissolve some city residents, even grabbing the maelstrom. Fortunately, Amon appeared, but his first countermeasures were only able to save the merchant's quarter. We must assist Amon in fighting the maelstrom. Travel through the parallel world Grimaxstone. Look at that. It's called like the other server in which Ambra plays. Flame cult worshippers trying to desecrate the grave in order to accelerate the dissolution caused by the maelstrom. By Fjolnir, stop them. The damage of the cult must be undone. You will see when you enter between worlds is dungeons. They are not story quests. You will see when you enter it requires infernal. But District, you told me by the end of the previous of Tuesday that it was only one infernal dungeon, and then it was all normal, that I could default back to normal. Anyways, I don't care. Anyways, I don't care if I have to play. I'll simply buy the red essences. It's all going to be infernal. I'll grab my red essences and call it a day. So you don't have any story quest in the yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Like yellow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's this one. It's this one that I grabbed. It's this one. It's this one. It has to be this one. Let me see. Parallel world infernal. Parallel world merciless. No, but the level is okay. The level is okay, I guess. Only this? No, there's one more, which could be the main story quest. Could. This is a dungeon, it's useless. This is not the main story quest, you're telling me. Hang on. Patrick, I don't want to forget this one. Are you ready? Another region has been affected by the maelstrom of words. Has to be this one then. There's not many options. Has to be this one. Has to be this one, the main story quest. This one, yes, okay. No, Patrick, I don't want to forget the about what you asked me the other day. Precisely is what I'm telling you. I think I debated it as well with District when I was last week when I was playing Titan Quest. Just be aware always, Patrick, that everything that you read. Oh no, it's not. Can't read the life of Valor. Camera makes still goes where have yet to fathom the cost. Parallel world, Hagavstone Grotto. Ah, yeah, no, it leads me back to that one. Oh my god, this is another dungeon. I guess there's one more exclamation mark there. Eraser, you must act the capture island. This is another dungeon, the same shit. It's the same shit. Open all dungeons. Take all of them. Open all dungeons entrance. See what happens after. Okay, as I will. Okay, I get the point. Blah blah blah. They are just dungeons. Snowkeeper Island. You will need to this quest for 7 times. You will need to do this quest for 7 times. Maybe you get the story quests. I think he needs level 55. Oh fuck. For story quest. Well, if so, we can do the if any of you is available to do the anniversary event, if you're available, for example, district or you district to do the anniversary event. There I can farm, I guess. 55. I'm at almost 53. That's a long way for the story quest. Fuck it, yeah. 320 guys there. And it defaults to the difficult. Or I can do this once. To see the structure. The story quest should be in the middle top entrance. But there's no entrance because you don't have the quest. Middle top entrance. This spiral that you are mentioning there. That spiral. There. Yeah, there. Okay. Into the highest monetary variable. No, wait, I had one. Wait, hang on a second, because I saw in the. Hang on. Parallel world quests. No, they are not main. It opened the chapter, but it doesn't progress here. There, yeah. Let me check. Wait a second. Let me finish with this. There's one more there. What the fuck? It forces you to be level 55. No, I was going to tell you, Patrick. Consider that everything that you will read in there, Burning Cave, blah blah blah, more dungeons, is like not taught at any university modernly. So only by reading that, you'll have like an advantage over anyone who just reads half of the story. Where you farm items to get all these entrances you open now, they are all dungeons where you farm items to get stronger. They are end game. I already made it to the end game. That's great news. It was actually more interesting than psychology. So yeah, I wanted to thank you for introducing me to Mr. Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas then is based on Aristotle, Patrick. He was a medieval. Look at the dates. I will suggest you also pay attention always to the dates. Thomas Aquinas was a medieval philosopher, like I am, and he based all of his work after the fall of the Roman Empire that was sacked and destroyed my ancestors, our ancestors, the Italian ancestors of the Roman Empire, pretty much after it was sacked, and he recovered the teachings of Aristotle and perfected them, basically. But Aristotle would be like the great grandpa of realism. In Greece, precisely, where Phantom is from. So yeah, Thomas Aquinas recovered it after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, after my predecessors were all destroyed and sacked the empire. Can help you fast 3 levels in dungeon, the Grimax Stone one. No, first I want to experience it as a normal player would. So you unlock the story. Give me a second, District. I want to explore the dungeons as a normal player would. Like, I don't know, I'll see the experience rate a bit. And then you can help me. Maybe you will only get one shot by monsters and boss. Here! Like in the natural course of action of the dungeon. Let me see. Yes. So what is the player supposed to do by now? You finish the game. Go try it. So by now the player is like supposed to finish the game. Let me see. Level until 55. No, yeah, I understand, but from the perspective of a normal player without your assistance. This is what they supposed to do. Okay, now I come over here and I get one-shotted. And I get one-shotted like an idiot. Impossible. From now on, you need to get help. Everyone needs it. This is the terrible state we play in. Okay, so This is interesting in the structure of the level design. It's just impossible. This is the portion in which all of the player base lives and insults the developer and everything. This is the moment. This is the moment of the level design. Of the terrible level design. Wait. I appreciate both of your... Yes, I appreciate both of your help and everything. But I need to expose the utter shit. Yeah, there's the group invite by district and everything. But wait, give me a second. I need to expose the shitty destruction of the level design structure and everything. Let me see. So this is like the final dungeon. This is like the final dungeon in which that we finished last time. And from now on, it's all like this. It's beyond infernal. It's that parallel world shit. Okay, so this is the end game. One of the final dungeon. There are 10 dungeons. Okay, so since this would be impossible to farm. Yes, it's even harder than infernal. Okay. And what's the experience rate? I want to kill at least one to see the experience rate. If I can, of course. I want to see how much experience they give you. Let me kill one. I can kill one, they don't move a lot. Hang on a second. Oh, you will level up like crazy if someone like me help you with the experience book. Hang on a second, but I want to see what a player without being a streamer with assistance would do. Then I can ask then I can ask Ambra as well, maybe that he does these things. Okay, so they on top of that they added a detection range that restores the health of the enemies, I think, here. Okay, so I need to remain here. Okay, give me a second. I want to see what experience they would give me as a normal player. I want to share and experience the suffering that a normal player would go through for a bit. Give me a second. I know that there's a group invite district. Sorry that I make you wait a bit, but I want to showcase it for anyone. For anyone normally, I want to have it recorded for YouTube. I want to see here everyone is asking for help to level. Okay. Do they get it, district? On average. Do they get it? Do they get it, the help? Because in my case, I got help from you, from Ender, from Phantom, but it's because I'm streaming. I would say 30% get it. 70% they not. Oh, quite precise. Thank you for that. So, I see. And this is the point. To experience the real experience of a Drakensang online newbie, click delete and play the Diablo. Okay. Kappa. Okay, so there we had some XP. Okay, so 3070. Alright. And is there district or Patrick? If you were in this situation, right? Imagine that you are a newbie again. You're in this situation. And you don't get help. You are in that 30%. What would you do? And don't say uninstall. What would you do? Where would you farm alone? I'm telling you what I will do. What would you do if you're in that 30%? If the game starts again and you are in that 30%? In that unfortunate 30% that, for whatever reason, you are way too shy. Let's imagine the hypothetical situation. You are way too shy, you don't talk to people, you nothing, and you have to farm alone. Where would you solo farm? Great Desert, farm them up, where the monsters always spam. Okay, so... Okay, you would do that. Okay, let us see how that would work out. Stone Keep on a farmable difficulty. Okay, we got two different ideas. I love variety. With the XP book. Okay. And you told me district on... But wait, people. For anyone watching this as a YouTube bot, district also told me the other day, and he is, of course, right, that the story goes on, that I'm only at 60%. That this is only 60% of it. This is only 60% of the story, more or less. It's 60%. Yep, 60%. Okay, so eventually after this zone, you can keep experiencing the story on normal mode, but you would never get to do so because only 30% actually get the help to get through this pain. Okay. Okay. And this is the worst level design structure I've seen in any isometric action RPG. I don't want to say ever because there must be something worse, but in a long time. Why is the level design structure like this? We must ask ourselves, people, then. Open the word chat. People are asking for help. Yes, I want to see it, and I want to showcase it. I want to showcase it. Where is it? Is it this one? Language filter. Is it this one? You guide me this trick. Where are the poor souls asking for help? I want to showcase it. I have to showcase the flaws in the level design. Where local is. Regional language. Maybe if I right click. Local. You're writing in channel local. Regional, local channel. Should be there. Local. Next one. I want to see their pain. I want to see their pain district. Or maybe they are just not. So where the wild dot icon is. Where the dot wild icon is. Shit. Where? Damn it. I don't see the voices screaming for help. Region parallel words. Aha, found it. Like the there they are. There they are. Look at that, people. Look at that. See how interesting this is. Look at this. This is like when a scientist goes to a biological reserve and sees everyone. There we go. Inferno. Anyone have a free spot for farming where you're at level 90? You shouldn't have a problem there farming because fast farm slots. Anyone can invite me for some XP farm where you're 90? I would appreciate it. Look at that, people. There's the pain. There's the pain. Oh, and if we go up, there's more. Someone want to help me with you? Thanks all. High any tips to level 100 quickly. Thank you. This one is probably in German. Okay, would you look at that, people? Would you look at that? So, this is the point in which the players, the structure of the level design falls like a piano. Okay. Quite interesting. Okay, so at this point, 60% of the story, and you said, I'll try both solutions then. District said, Great Desert, and Patrick said, Stone Keep on farmable difficulty. Okay, Great Desert farm them up where the monsters always spawn, sorry. Great Desert, you would pick Great Desert. If you were, I asked them, I will tell you why Great Desert there. I will on normal, painful, excruciating, fatal, as much as I can, I bet. Imagine, I asked them, for those of you who are watching this as a YouTube bot, I asked them, they are experienced players of the game, they already made it to max level. Monsters, for some reason, die faster in the Great Desert. They have less armor health and also doing less damage. Okay, so District, I asked them, experienced players, what they would do if 55, I can't. It has to be painful. What they would do if they were to start playing the game again, and they would be in the unlucky 30% that don't get the help when asking here over at the local chat, because people, as I'm streaming, they are all quite kind and generous and they want to help. But like that, I don't see the pain that a normal player would experience. So at this point, the player would be locked out of the story without any explanation at all. And let's suppose that somehow the player deduces, instead of being told by the chat, somehow deduces or Googles, that is possible, that he cannot progress anymore through the story without beating parallel world infernal difficulty dungeons, right? Hang on a second. I will try your solution as well, Patrick. I'll try your solution as well. I want to see the pacing of the experience, and then we can... I want to experience the pain of what a normal player would go through experiencing the level design structure of the game at this point, because it's 60% of the story. Stonekeep could be better, because you can choose higher difficulty and mobs are much closer. Yeah, but they die slower in Stonekeep. Here he one-shots them in painful. Okay, don't worry. We'll try your solution as well, Patrick. We'll try your solution as well. Also consider that I'm using green essences. Let's suppose that at this point the player doesn't have the chat. And for whatever reason he starts googling or asking for help, and somehow he gets those two solutions, which is already difficult enough. But I want to experience the pain that a normal player would experience at this point being stuck. So without any explanation, the player would have to stay here until 55, District told me. Okay, so the player would come back here, doesn't have any the quests don't help a lot in that sense, doesn't have any quests to deal with. Press F. Tip group here in low level, press F. And go at groups. Okay, so the person would ask for a group in here. No, District, but let's suppose the person is shy. No, because then you are still depending on other people. Let's suppose the person is shy, is a lone wolf. Let's suppose the person is a lone wolf. Right, I changed my key bindings. Also, it's not that one for the groups. It would be here. Alright, so you're telling me all of these groups are right now... This game is made to be played in groups for leveling. Doesn't matter, District. The person, for whatever reason, is shy. I have to think about any probability that is watching this as a YouTube ball. The person is shy. He's not sociable like us. Let's suppose that. He should have the right to play the game at his pace. So, all of these are like companions in pain, basically. No, well, but I see there are some that are 1 out of 5. That's not a group. Those ones are probably groups that weren't close. So we have 2 out of 5. We have one here. Companions in pain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups of companions in pain. Right? It would be like that. You're telling me that they're like there trying to deal with the terrible level design structure. Okay. It doesn't matter. I know it's made to be played in groups, but anyone watching this as a YouTube ball needs to understand the level design structure of it in that sense. So at this point, the player is 60% through the story, does not get any explanation. Let's suppose you did use it, that you are locked out because of your level. I hate that map. And pretty much you are confined to farm until 55. At the rate that I'm going, pretty much, it's quite slow. Alright, the person would need to farm some days without a doubt. So they would start asking for groups, and only 30% get them, more or less, on average. Okay, so people, I have a healthy exercise for you. We'll experience a bit of their pain. It's meant to be played in groups. You are not doing it correctly, streamer. Doesn't matter, we have to experience the pain of the common man, people. A bit, at least a bit, because we've been helped constantly. We need to experience the pain of the common man. Because otherwise, we don't understand the flaws in the level design structure of the game. Because you can ask for help and it's meant to be played in groups. But then the reality is that maybe the population of the server, for whatever reason, does not help you. For whatever reason. Debate time, says Patrick. Of course, we will do this. We will experience... To 3 levels solo will take you 10 plus days, since you play only 3 hours. How many hours would it be if the person would do it more than that. Of course, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, District. We'll do only up to level 53, maybe. To experience the pain. To showcase the level design structure flaws. I'm not going to do it. But just so it's like that. I think today's maximum 3. If you put more hours, like 5, 8 hours, something like that. Something more like a farming... pacing, let's say. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So, without a group. We are talking without a group. Like soloing. Like soloing it like completely lone wolf. But if someone carries you in parallel world, in 30 minutes, you do the 3 levels. Okay, we are going to do it. But first I want to showcase the pain and the level design flaws. So we'll get up to 53 at least to showcase the pain for any YouTube viewer, because otherwise, if it's all carried like that, you told me 70-30. That which one was it? That 70 got the help, or I would say 30% gets the help and 70% they don't get the help. Okay, so 70% doesn't get the help generally. Okay, so they start playing like a new player, not part of a guild, not part of anything. Okay. I get it. Okay, I understand that the game is meant to be played in groups, District, as well, huh? Don't think that I don't take that into account. But I need to showcase a beat, at least a beat, then we can do the parallel world Inferno. I want to showcase the pain that they would go through. Okay, debate time, says Patrick. What would you like to debate about, Patrick? As we get it, and I will try your level as well. Up to 53? Yes, because we also have group talents with experience increase. Okay. More players equals more XP increase and more health. Okay, but you are telling me that only 30% of players actually get the help, and 70% they potentially quit the game and go play Diablo, for example, like Patrick said. Okay. In the meantime, yes, okay, I get more or less the structure. Perfect. And everyone over at YouTube is getting it as well. Perfect. We've found objective metaphysical reality, people. This is so incredible. I love it when it happens, because I finally understand, at this point, the level design structure of the game. So we'll experience the pain like a normal player for a bit. I understand, people, that District is extremely kind and has helped me a lot and etc. But I will showcase the pain a bit, so we'll experience the pain together, so we can be in the shoes of a normal solo player. In that sense, even more that he's telling me it's a 70% people that don't get the help and 30% get it. Why is relativism bad? I don't really understand yet. He loves to suffer. No. Okay, Patrick. I'll get to that question that I didn't answer to you on Tuesday, and I feel quite bad about that. I did answer to you, but it wasn't enough. I had to do the bosses. This will give me the time to reply to you, Patrick. Relativism. We'll get to it. Okay. First, you'll have the historical context. Patrick, to answer that question, I need to give you the historical context. Relativism. As I was telling you, Thomas Aquinas, the one that you asked me about to read and everything, is the father of realism and my school of thought. It was a medieval thinker. In that sense. Deeply Roman Catholic, Thomas Aquinas. He was a Dominican friar. He was Italian, precisely. He lived in the medieval ages, right? As you must have at least read the basic details about his life there in the page that I linked to you. In the medieval ages, there was a predominance of the Catholic Church over Europe after the recovery of the texts and the knowledge of the Roman Empire that had fallen by then. When the Roman Empire fell, when it was destroyed by Germanic barbarians from the north, in the zone that is now the north of Italy, and they entered through there and sacked Rome, a lot of knowledge was basically lost. A lot of knowledge was basically lost, Patrick. That's why the medieval ages are called the Dark Ages. But that is only true, and this is the mistake most people do, that is only true for the early medieval period. And why were they called the Dark Ages? Because all of the knowledge inherited from Greece to the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire for a lot of years preserved it, had been lost to barbarians. Why? Because Germanic barbarians, the tradition was all passed down orally instead of written. The Romans did everything written. The Germanic barbarians did everything orally. And we all know that that throughout ages, what persists is more the written expression of culture and language, the written recordings rather than oral recordings. But well, pretty much the only structured language, it was Latin. The Germanic barbarians had their language and everything, but it wasn't as sophisticated as Latin, so the ideas were better expressed there. Okay. Because of that, medieval ages, Thomas Aquinas recovers the texts of Aristotle, as I was telling you, and develops realism, my school of thought, in the medieval ages. Why is relativism so bad that you can understand it? After all of this, if we put fast forward a bit more in the movie, let's say, if we press fast forward a bit more, then we get to the 1600s, the 1700s, and there's a person called Immanuel Kant that was born, that lived, basically was born and lived, in the zone that is now Krelowiec. Is now under control of Russia, but it was previously under control of Germany and previously under control of Poland. It was a zone full of massacres and killings because it's a zone to the north east of Poland. It's a very, very small zone. Well, there's the divine origin of the Prussian Empire, the predecessors of the modern German territories, in that sense. Not only Germany, but also Switzerland, Austria, even Poland as well. Then Poland got more independent and etc. But pretty much they all were unified under an empire called Prussia, basically. So, in the 1600s, in the 1700s, this person called Immanuel Kant created relativism, basically, as opposed to the death of the old world, the medieval dominated world of Thomas Aquinas that had a predominance of the Catholic Church. He also had help from a person called Nietzsche that created something called nihilism, which is the absence of purpose in human existence. If I ask you what is the purpose of your existence to any of you, well, you would reply different things, and people would reply different things, ranging from getting money, from everything, but most of them, fortunately, would, after thinking about it a bit, would actually reply being happy. That is avoiding pain, which was the stance of Thomas Aquinas, pretty much. That the purpose of human existence was transcending and meeting God and the religious portion, but it was also about avoiding pain and embracing happiness, and being happy and not experiencing pain. Okay, the problem is that for Nietzsche, that created nihilism, human existence had absence of purpose. There is no purpose because precisely God was no more. Precisely in the 1600s, in the 1700s, there was a predominance of atheism with those things. Because of that, since humans replaced the figure of God, this was how consciousness was being shaped by these thinkers, as you replace it, as God gave purpose in a lot of cases that you would get to the afterlife and etc. That you did good deeds to go to the afterlife and have a good afterlife. When that was eliminated, the society was not prepared to eliminate that, if you ask my personal stance back then. It is true that modernly it's a different situation, as we can understand that concept that I said earlier, that human existence always has a purpose. It doesn't necessarily need to be getting a good afterlife, but as I've said, the basic principle of the culture derived from Roman Catholicism, which is pretty much avoiding pain and looking for happiness, is what every human being looks for. The problem is that for Nietzsche, this wasn't like that. For Nietzsche, it was different. He thought that human existence had no purpose because he was like the very first retaliation against that medieval dominance of the Catholic Church. And because it was a direct retaliation, it went to the other side. It eliminated all purpose. It was an extremist stance like the ones that we see nowadays, influenced by him in a lot of cases. So, after Nietzsche, we get to the other guy that I mentioned to you, Immanuel Kant. This person called Immanuel Kant created relativism that used the nihilism of Nietzsche in that sense. The absence of purpose in human existence, that human existence serves no purpose. I don't know if you see the direct correlation between these ideas that I am mentioning and, for example, things like abortion nowadays. Because if you think that human existence has no purpose, then there's nothing to go against anyone speaking against abortion. Basically, if human existence has no purpose, then what prevents me from doing an abortion? See how the relationship is direct, even if there's 400 years in between, pretty much. Okay, so Immanuel Kant, getting to Immanuel Kant. Alright, we made it to half of it. Let's try the other solution, the stone keep one. Which is the stone keep one? How do I get there? So we can keep sharing the pain over there. You tell me. But well, the idea, it must be over at King's Hill or something like that. The idea is that then we have Immanuel Kant. Nietzsche created the laying ground for it, and then Immanuel Kant created the cultural aspect of it, which is relativism. Why is relativism so bad? And here we get to your question. After all that I told you, the fall of the medieval Roman Catholic world and etc., we leave those behind, those times behind, and we get into modern age. You know that history, people, is divided into contemporary, modern, medieval, and ancient ages. We moved one forward. We are done with the Roman Catholic world, and we start something called the Age of Enlightenment. Because of Nietzsche, and because of this person called Kant. What's the Age of Enlightenment, or any Enlightenment period in humanity? Enlightenment is an expression used by historians to describe a period in which the thinkers of that era eliminate everything that came behind. Pretty similar to what Nietzsche did, and precisely Immanuel Kant as well with relativism. So we enter the Age of Enlightenment. So what are the characteristics? I will first do it quite graphical, so you have an idea of how it works and see how current it is. Everything that we said before was wrong, and everything that we said before was wrong, and all of our ancestors were idiots. That's pretty much the premise. That's pretty much the premise of these people. They had no idea, they were extremely ignorant because they believed in God, God doesn't exist, and etc, etc, etc. But it was not only that they said that, but they went further beyond. And that's what created, let's say, the modern consciousness of humanity of 99% of people that they are not aware of, and that's what I was debating with Pillow precisely yesterday, that since they are not aware of, they are unable to take an educated and um, and and yeah, dominated by free will decision. It's not a free choice in that sense if you are not aware of what's influencing your consciousness. Why? Because Immanuel Kant created relativism. Relativism, Patrick, why is it so bad, or why do realists, thinkers like me, or philosophers say it's so bad, you don't really understand it, is, I will first give you an example. Patrick, reply to me. Have you ever had a discussion with someone where you reached a point in which the person said, this is my opinion, and this is yours, for your opinion, and that's it? Well, if that happened to you, Patrick, if you had any normal debate, absolutely. Well, it happened to you. Well, it's a direct consequence of relativism. Why? Because relativism supports the impossibility of reaching objective conclusions. Because everything works in relative terms, not in absolute terms. Everything is defined by comparing it to another thing. Well, if it happened to you, you must have thought at that point you have an argument with some. It doesn't have to be about politics, people. Necessarily, it can be any topic of life. What I always mention, for example, when I'm mentioning to you about the gaming mouse and those things. For example, if I say this is a chair and you tell me this is a gaming mouse, and pretty much for whatever reason I keep saying that it's a chair and it's not a and it's not a gaming mouse, and I don't give you any logical reasons in that sense. If it happened to you, the direct consequence of that is that the two people debating never reach any objective consequences. They never reach any objective consequences. Why? Because you say, the person tells to you, you reach a point where the person is saying something completely opposite to what you are saying, and the person says, well, that's your opinion and this is mine, and that's it. Why? Because it's subjective. Everyone remains confined to their own mental perception without reaching objective metaphysical reality. What is objective metaphysical reality that I say every day? The arrangement of molecules and particles in the plane of time and space. Molecules here are arranged as a gaming mouse objectively. It's not a matter of my opinion. In other words, as I like to call it, the mental perception, or what Thomas Aquinas calls it, the mental perception, the dox, as it used to be called in ancient Greece. The mental perception. For relativism, there is no difference between objective metaphysical reality and mental perception. The opinion is the reality. That is the bad thing about it, because you can see that in the discussion that it must have happened to you, because we live in a relativist world nowadays because of everything that I'm telling you. Because of that, you reach a point in which the person has an opinion and you have your own. No objective conclusions were reached ever. That is the fallacy of relativism. But I can keep going. Let's imagine that we amplify this idea not to an individual discussion between two people, like you are telling me, you and one more person, but society. Let's suppose we amplify the initial hypothesis and empirical evidence to society, and we talk about a parliament, Patrick. In a parliament, imagine that in a parliament we have people that can say and vote whatever comes out of their head And if the majority, if the sum of all opinions, of all mental perceptions, ignores the arrangement of the objective arrangement of molecules and particles, doesn't matter, because precisely for relativism, there is no objective reality. Everything is a matter of opinion. You tell me if you begin to see the idea, or if it's still confusing for you. Why am I so staunchly against it, or why am I, in that sense, a realist philosopher? You tell me if you begin getting the hang of it, of how it is. But basically, the idea is that when a group of people can deny metaphysical reality, everything, you can say whatever stupidity that comes out of your mental perception, of your opinion, of your head, and it can be turned into reality. Why? Because there are no objective limits in that sense. For example, as I was telling you, the main question of realism, in that sense, in the example that I've cited so many times, why would you say that this gaming mouse is a gaming mouse? Well, a relativist thinker will answer you, Immanuel Kant and Nietzsche and etc. They will answer you, this is a gaming mouse because everyone at a congress voted, society as a whole, it doesn't need to be a congress, society as a whole decided to assign it that name. See that there's really no objective reason. There's really no objective reason. The reason is our voting, in that sense. It's our voting. We voted and we assigned the metaphysical entity that name. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. There's no objective reason as to why it has that name. I'm not giving you any logical reason. There's no logic behind it. Instead, if I tell you that this is a gaming mouse, regardless of what we have in our minds, regardless of what you have in your mind or what I have in my mind, is a gaming mouse because objectively the molecules and the particles are arranged in the specific shape and form and properties of a gaming mouse, and everything in the plane of time and space. I'm giving you a logical reason. Boss, I understand now everything. When I talked with my friend, I said to him, don't put money in trading because you will lose money. He said, that's your opinion, and I couldn't help him more because he locked himself in an opinion and he lost the money in the end. Well, regardless of the final outcome, because then maybe he learns how to trade and everything. The problem is that the person, when they reply that precise reply that you are saying, that's your opinion. Let's replace the word opinion for mental perception. The correct way of calling it, the naming convention is the mental perception for realist thinkers. At least I can do it in that sense. That is the problem. That is a problem. But he's not, Patrick. He's not responsible for it. The problem is that relativism, as this Pillow told me about it the other day. We debated about it, about a different topic, but similar to the same point. That is the key. What you said in that specific part of your paragraphs, of your lines, that's your opinion. No, the idea is that if you have logical reasons as to think that he was going to lose money, it's not an opinion, because this is the key. You had your opinion, and he had his opinion, right? He thought he was not going to lose money doing the trade or whatever. It could have been right, but it's useful for my example. He had one mental perception and you had another. What happened there? Because at the end you said he lost money in the end. The problem is not that it was your opinion. The thing was that your mental perception was closer to describe objective metaphysical reality in time and space. See that it's not a problem of what you think. And this leads me to well, it was the next thing that I was going to tell you. The fallacy of relativism. It's called the fallacy of relativism, which is that two opinions can have equal metaphysical value. That is the key of it all. Everything that you see in life, that is the problem that we have in all of our modern society. 99% of people, precisely, with that phrase, he's not aware of it. He's not to blame for it. He's unaware of all of this. And I'm telling you, you cannot expect Patrick, as I don't expect. I don't go on the street, and please don't do that as well. Don't go on the street saying pretty much you don't know. For a more clear perception, I said to him, bro, stop with the drug dealing shit. You're worth more. And he said, well, that's your opinion. And relative, what's the truth to me? And I let you go, man. Well, that's relativism. Well, you can bet you could verify that what I say has consequences in reality. The problem is that I use precisely a lot of abstract concepts that people really it's incredibly abstract to understand. Now I understand and got mad about relative thinking. Well, no, this is the key, Patrick. No, it's not that you have to go on the street. Please don't do that. Don't go on the street telling everyone you are a relativist. You are a relativist. No, I don't go on the street doing that. I do it here because this is my channel. And really I do it when people really ask me about it, or when it's demanding, because it's my channel, it's my property at the end of the day. I still have the account for now, at least, but not on a public space. No, but if you appreciate your friend, well, maybe yes. It's called the fallacy of relativism, what you are describing. It's called the fallacy of relativism. Now, I don't usually care if it's not my, well, precisely, well, then, good. It's a fallacy of relativism, what you are describing to me. It doesn't matter the trading or etc. What you need to understand is not that the fallacy of relativism is precisely that two opinions can have equal metaphysical value. Right? It's your opinion and I have mine. And by doing that, you put them on the same level. And for a realist thinker, that is a fallacy. For me, for Thomas Aquinas, for Aristotle, for everyone who lived before the 1600s, really, two mental perceptions, two opinions, can never have equal metaphysical value. Never two opinions can have the same value. There will always be one that, at least by 0.000000001%, will be closer to describe metaphysical reality, which is objective. It does not depend on what's in my head, what's in my thoughts, in my opinion and mental perception. Who are the real thinkers besides Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle? Or they are the godfathers of realism. They are. The main one would be Aristotle, and then Thomas Aquinas recovering it. Yes, but there are not a lot of modern ones that I can suggest to you. So, because as I said, it's a medieval school of thought. So there are not many that I can suggest to you, because basically they did everything. Because even so, Thomas Aquinas recovered the text of Aristotle. In fact, he didn't do it 100%. So in that sense, you'll have a very limited library compared to modern ones. But you have any medieval one will help you. For example, another one that I would suggest reading, that is the First Protestant, who a lot of people call the first relativist. And no, the real first relativist was technically Immanuel Kant, I would say, but for a lot of people it's William of Ockham. And in a few pages, how the books of Aristotle were destroyed back in the days. They were destroyed by the sacking of the Roman Empire. Aristotle was in Greece. The Roman Empire was a bit more civilized than the Germanic barbarians. So when they took Greece, they actually grabbed all of the masters, all of the philosophers there to teach Roman children. The Germanic barbarians, they just burned the books and called it a day. Sadly, is what happened. And it took Thomas Aquinas years and years. He got locked up in a monastery. I think it was he went from Italy to France. He was locked up in a monastery to the southwest of the southeast of France, locked up with a lot of people just trying to translate Aristotle's work that had been lost during the sackings. But do you get the idea of what the main of why I think that relativism is so bad? Because of the fallacy of relativism. Two opinions can never have equal metaphysical value. Can never have equal metaphysical value. If I say that this is a chair and you say that this is a gaming mouse, your mental perception is closer to describe objective metaphysical reality in time and space. It's closer to describe the objective arrangement of molecules and particles. It's not a matter of my mental perception. And people, anyone watching this as a YouTube bot as well, if we extrapolate this to different aspects of society, bet you can see now why we have things like, as I've said previously, gender theories with people saying that someone can be born a male and then become a female. For a realist thinker, that is impossible because the arrangement of molecules and particles was that of a male, not only because of the reproductive organs, but also because of the chemicals in the brain. Because this is another thing, realism is based on biology and physics, and all of relativism is based on psychology and sociology. And that is a great mistake, because when you base things on sociology and psychology, you are using sciences that don't observe the natural process of the universe, but rules created by humans. And when you observe only rules created by humans, you try to override metaphysical reality. And when you try to override metaphysical reality, then you get the dystopia that we live in now, in which you can say whatever the fuck, and you will get the end result that you said before. That's your opinion, and that's it. Why? Because the sum of our opinions determines reality instead of the observations that we make of the arrangement of molecules and particles. Right? For me, I really do not care what people have as mental perceptions. I want to check if those mental perceptions are close or far away from describing objective metaphysical reality. It's different. That's why it's different. Relativism skips that portion. It just says, what's your opinion? What's yours? What's yours? What's yours? Let's do a majority. That's it. That's it. The other, if you would like, Patrick, I can get into the political and into the political consequences. Yeah, it's crazy. My best friend is like he has problems with substances. I don't want to get banned, I guess, because it's his opinion. Basically, he's basically doing it to copy the American rappers. Well, precisely. If you'd like, well, this is the thing. What I was telling to Phantom the other day. Those substances, when you consume them, the chemicals directly go to the front left lobe of the brain and kill the person. If it kills people, can it be a good activity objectively? No. Right? We naturally, instinctively say no. This is the beauty of realism, that it works. That even if relativism tries to completely eliminate it, human beings do have the instinct to naturally perceive realism. in that sense. Even if relativism tries to hide it and all of those things, there's still that instinct in that sense, that natural instinct. Why? Because if I tell you all the activity that he's describing, which is dealing with substances, let's say selling substances, uh, toxic substances to people, let's say it's just toxic substances. Could anyone say that that is right? And you would probably answer me, well, yes, a person who does that will say that for him is right. Exactly, you said for him, his opinion, his mental perception. Then the next question, does it describe objective metaphysical reality? No. His perception is far away from describing objective metaphysical reality. Why? Because people are dying because of that. Because society as a whole is being damaged because people are dying. Why is it bad that people are dying? If they want to to consume those things, it's their decision, it's their freedom. It's their freedom, precisely. If they want to do it, he's doing a social service. If the person, if the people want to consume that and he's providing it, he's not. He won't be a good person for those that are consuming it. The ones that are consuming it, would you say that they are doing a good activity? No, but they would say they are doing something good for their lives, in that sense. Uh, they would they would say that they are doing something good for their lives. Okay, does that opinion describe metaphysical reality? Again, does it describe it? The arrangement of molecules and particles? No. Why? Logical reason that I'm providing to you. People are dying because of it. Ah, but they don't value their lives. They want to die. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. Why? Because human existence always has a purpose. Because Nietzsche was wrong, and because nihilism, the absence of human purpose, was wrong. Because human life always serves a purpose. In that sense. See the problem. See the problem. There I connected it to nihilism. See that everything was connected in the end. If human life serves no purpose, then for those that are consuming those substances and dying, well, it's not a problem. And the person dealing with them, pretty much, it's not a problem. It's not really a problem. It's not really a problem. But does that describe reality? No, it does not. It does not. It does not. The problem is that no one has the bravery to tell people, politicians should have this responsibility, tell people, no, drugs kill people, because of that they are bad, and because of that all drug lords are to be executed. I'm sorry. To save our children and our society. See, that is objective. People are dying. Yes, then it's bad, objectively bad for society. Then we have to fix it. See, objective. It doesn't have with what I think or what the people consuming it are thinking. In that sense, that's the part in which you will be called probably a Nazi by an illiterate or something like that. No, but because it's my freedom and etc. No, freedom can never have a direct bad consequence, because then otherwise it's not freedom. It's using your relative liberty and freedom as an excuse to cause a damage. It can never be absolute in that sense. So yes, because of that, Patrick, I say it openly, and anyone watching, I would prohibit any consumption of those substances, and the big drug, the big guys, the drug lords, the big ones, I would execute them on the spot because of that. And if people want freedom and etc., like what they perceive as freedom, I would explain realism to them. And if that is not enough in the universities, the thing is that it requires a long process. It's actually easier to understand that relativism. No, because of the modern context. No, trust me that no. For most of the population in the modern context, it wouldn't be the case, due to the fact that relativism, since as I told you, it is the sum of our mental perceptions, it has the thing for you. Ah, well, yeah, for you, yes, yeah, for you, yes, yes. But for most of the population, no. It's easier to understand like that. Um, it actually would say that it requires a bit more of knowledge, because relativism is easy in the sense that relativism is easy because we live in a relativist society, and besides, it's easy. It's just say your opinion and that's it. No objective uh, conclusions come out of it. It's just say your opinion and that's it, and it will be. And if you have the majority of people convinced that it's like that, I was against relativism always, but I never read philosophy before you. Well, it happened to me as well, Patrick. Before I went to university, I had that hunch that things were going wrong. For example, I perceived as extremely wrong. I don't know. Uh, the legalization of those substances that you are mentioning, for example, I perceived it as wrong, but I didn't have the arguments to deal with it. Unfortunately, and that's why I recommend you a Roman Catholic, always go to a Roman Catholic institution. Fortunately, in those, they tell you the two stances, so you can have a balanced approach, something that nowadays is not taken into account, a balanced approach to the ideas that society proposes to you. Because the more educated the individuals are, the more difficult it is to manipulate them. In that sense, and relativism will say that they are educated and everything, because for them being educated is having the majority, is following the majority of the opinions. Nowadays, you must have seen that science has replaced God. In that sense, it replaced God. That's the idea. I realized. That's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. That was pretty much my reaction back when I was 18, pretty much your age. Exactly the same. That's bullshit. You can shield yourself with my opinion, but I never knew it was relativism. Well, but they don't know it as well, Patrick. Having your mind, be aware that the person saying it is not even aware that he's a relativist. He's not even aware that he's not a relativist because he's not consciously supporting it. He's like a victim of it. He's like unconsciously being influenced by it, but he cannot even tell. Let's not even talk about the origin. He cannot even tell the basic precepts, the basic ideas that might have an influence on him. You see the problem. Why it's so seductive, let's say, for most of the population. You can just say, that's my opinion. It's what I perceive. But what's the problem with that? That if I trick you, this is how fragile it is. If I manage to trick the person, for example, telling him that, alright, consume those substances, those toxic substances, you won't die. If I can convince him of that, then that's pretty much it. It's like an escape card, no? Calling everything bad about your actions my opinion. It is, but it was studied back then. It's called the fallacy of relativism. It's called the fallacy of relativism. It's more than an escape. It's like... You see that everyone nowadays talks about rights, correct? But no one talks about obligations, about duties. There's a correlation between that. It's more than an escape card. It's like... For them, they are not consciously using it as one, for most of the population nowadays. They are not even aware, as I told you, they are not even aware of how it works. Because of that, for them it's not an escape card. They just say it like taking for granted that it has to be respected. And while I don't say to publicly stone people when they say something stupid, like saying that, I don't know, like those toxic substances won't kill people, or that they are doing a good to society, I don't know, by killing people, I don't know. Even if they say that, they really don't even understand why they are saying it. and at that moment you cannot reason with that. Because when you say it's my opinion and you don't give any logical arguments, you can see that I may have a lot of defects. People, I may have a lot of defects. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, or that, or that everything that I say is perfect, or that I'm a genius, or whatever the fuck. Even in the worst case scenario, the genius would be indeed Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle, not me, in that sense. I'm not saying that, but at least you can perceive, I bet, that everything that I say, every mental perception, every opinion, I do my best I try to back it with logical arguments, with logic. I obey to logic, not to psychology or sociology. I obey to logic, logic of biology and physics, not to psychology, not to sociology. That is one of the stepping stones as to why you may perceive that the things that I say at least sound solid, even if as you told me before, Patrick, really the abstract complexity of the theory that I say and everything sometimes is like weird to hear, in that sense, like weird to hear. But at least you can see that I bet it gives you the impression that I have arguments for everything that I say. At least, that obey to logic. Can I ask you something that my dad asked me, and I waited to hear your opinion, and it's the most basic shit. No, no worries, no worries. Yeah, you tell me this. You tell me, Patrick. No worries. No worries, you tell me. That he asked you. No worries, Patrick. You tell me. Well, glad that for starters, it could make sense to you. But basically, yeah, have that idea that the modern world is relativist. That's why you might have perceived initially that my thoughts are eminently realist in that sense. Aliens exist. Aha. Your father is quite open-minded, because I made it. He must be more than 30 than 40 years and thinking about those things. It's a quite interesting topic to talk to a son about, to a son about, to stimulate thinking in that sense. The aliens exist. I debated this with District the other day as well. Of course, it's a tough question, but what I can tell you through logic is that so far it's been found that Earth is in a position in the universe in which we are relatively close to the Big Bang, or the origin of the universe, or the echo of the Big Bang that we can observe of the origin of the universe, in relation to the rest of the observable universe. Because of that, it is highly probable that we are among the first intelligent sentient species, right? We are among the first intelligent sentient species. I will interpret that by aliens you mean intelligent life, because microorganisms and bacteria, that for sure, yes, does exist. That does exist. The microorganisms and bacteria, like stuff alive outside of our planet, yes. The question is if they are intelligent and they have the ships and they are more advanced than us and those things. Regarding that, I do doubt it. I do doubt it because of the position of the Earth in the universe. I do doubt it that they are as advanced as we are, because they would need to be closer to the initial explosion of the Big Bang, or whatever event happened that started creating the echo that starts creating the planets in the universe. I highly doubt it that they are as intelligent as we are in that sense, at least for now. The problem is that because of how time in space works, there's a delay between what we can observe and when things happen. When you can see that something happened in space, that a sun exploded in a supernova or those things, there's a delay. For example, the sunlight that you have right now, uh, basically he said the universe is basically too big to be alone. Simply, no, I do believe it, but when you say intelligent life, I do think that there has to be, but I do believe they do exist because it's not that unique. It's unique. You know that we are also the position of Earth that as long as you have the conditions of the climate for a planet to create similar to Earth, it should have it. But in terms of the intelligent life, it's a bit more difficult. For you know that we are in a position of the observable universe. Maybe there's a part that we still cannot observe, and maybe everything that I'm saying is wrong. But if we use the logic of the observable universe that we have so far, we are in a backwater zone. We are not at the we are at a corner, relatively speaking, with a very good position to observe outside of the universe. This is the interesting part. The Earth is right. I debated this with District. I think you weren't there. And he loves theories. So he believes aliens are under the water and they are in our planet. Well, that one I will have to disagree a bit. I don't think so. Because, but it's good to have like, I love that you have people that love you, that have an open mind about those things, and that stimulate those things. In that sense, it's no coincidence that you then like my channel as a direct consequence of that, Patrick. It's no coincidence in that sense, as a direct consequence of it. that you liked about those things, that you liked listening to me talk about philosophy, because it's like the same open-minded philosophy in that sense. No, my theory, what I can tell you, is the logic that we are in a backwater zone of the observable universe, where we can observe with our telescopes, and because of that, we must be among the first intelligent species that will be created. I would say we are more I would deduce that we are more precursors than successors. That's what I can tell you. I think we are among the first. He's more into politics, so he just reads about aliens for fun. So I can understand why he believes that pyramids are made with the aliens' help. No, well, I don't trust into that once. I do believe in the power of humanity regarding the Egyptians in that case, to have built them without any kind of issue. The pyramids, I can give logical reason. Well, he's into politics. Okay. Well. I hope if you ever tell him about what I say here on stream, that he that he believes that I'm at least a decent influence for people. In that sense, sorry if it ever it's not like that. It's not my intention in that sense. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. It must have been quite weird to you then, discovering my channel, if you have relatives that are into politics. In that sense, it must have been quite weird, because there are not a lot of realist thinkers because of that. I can get into the political aspect of relativism. He's the nicest father on earth. He accepts everything. Well, that's incredible to hear. That's incredible to hear, and I love that there are still children around that value their parents. Always keep valuing your parents, Patrick. Always keep valuing that, and all of the knowledge that they can give you, much more than mine, much more than my knowledge. Value their knowledge. In that sense, and everything that they can can teach you about those things. In that sense, I can get into the political aspect as to why relativism is bad. Going back to the initial question, let's amplify the initial idea. So you have the political aspect of it. Let's amplify the initial idea. Two people saying whatever saying, having a debate, and one saying, that's your opinion and this is mine. Okay? And that's pretty much it. Relativism 101. What happens if we transition that to a congress in which we vote things? Imagine that we are congressmen and we vote, and we all suggest something stupid, and we vote it. Since objective reality does not exist, as everything is a matter of opinion, of mental perception, the one who has the most opinions defines reality instead of the objective arrangement of molecules and particles, then we can vote, oh, I don't know, coincidences, starting World War I, II, and the one that everyone forgets about, previously to those two, Napoleon starting the invasion of France over Germany, that then caused the vengeance of Germany in World War II as well, causing then destruction and pain for the rest of Europe. Why? You know that both the German and the French, let's say, revolutions, one is called French Revolution, but it was very similar to, I don't know why then the German participation in World War II is not called another revolution. Why only the French one is called French Revolution, but we don't get a German revolution with World War II, that it was the same, because there we would associate Napoleon with the mustache man from Germany, that they did the same. They did the same. In that sense, French propaganda has been quite effective at whitewashing the image of Napoleon compared to the mustache man from Germany. See that I cannot even name it on social media, unless I want to get banned. He was actually Austrian. And precisely, all of the horror of Nazism, all of the horror is quite similar to the horror that Napoleon unleashed on the French kings, 100 years before. So there you have the political consequence of relativism. See if it was bad, if I have arguments to say it was bad. Second question, if you can answer it in the word, who was the best politician, person, leader, minister? Like in general, you ask me for my opinion of an ideal society, or you want individual person, or you want individual people? Individual people or society? For society, you know what I like. I would say the Roman Empire, top one, person, and second the British monarchy. Okay, person. Well, you would say in all of history, political person, leader, minister. It needs to be like a politician, because otherwise I would then answer Aristotle. If it doesn't have to be a politician, I would answer Aristotle. Without a doubt. I would answer Aristotle, because we are talking about the fact that in ancient Greece they created logic as a whole, they created Western society as a whole. I know a lot of people would answer directly Jesus, without a doubt. I would say Aristotle for creating logic, for discovering logic, and then in terms of the Roman Empire, well, it's way too. There's way too many. That one is a really tough question. But yeah, I would say first Aristotle, and then I would need to pick, yeah, the most efficient Roman emperors, probably. I really don't know in fine detail which one would actually be, but the one that it could be Augustus, probably, Emperor Augustus of Rome, potentially, that he had a quite stable leadership, the one that brought stability. Modernly, I can answer you, this is much more personal. I do admire modernly, for example, I could name the late Queen of England that left us some years ago, that she stood her ground during World War II and was the last bastion of modern. It still is the British monarchy, and the European monarchy is the last bastion of of medieval realism in that sense. And for her defending it for 90 years, I would also cite her as a modern example. I also, Patrick, admire the United States in a lot of things. Of course, as I said, I have my maximum preference is for a British monarchy. The British monarchy, the Habsburgs monarchy in the medieval period were quite efficient at administrating the uh, the territories after the collapse of the Roman Empire. The Habsburgs dynasty that is still lives up to this day. For example, I can name you these. See that they are all. See that the coincidence. All of the people that I'm mentioning, they are not. They all defended monarchies pretty much, except in the case of the United States. And they really did not initiate modern wars in that sense. That there you can see that why I love monarchies so much, because they are more stable. As for the part of the United States, because this is a stigma that I also think is wrong. I think a lot of us Europeans, in a lot of cases, underestimate the United States because of social media and those things. And I do admire as well the American generals during World War II. I would say General Patton, General Patton from the United States, and one that is generally forgotten, Douglas MacArthur, I think could have been the savior of humanity. And for a lot of people hearing right now, people over at the YouTube are saying, "Motherfucker, what a horror I'm listening to." I would say Douglas MacArthur that stopped the Eastern Front, and Patton that stopped the Western Front. They should also be regarded as heroes. And Patton is a bit more recognized, but Douglas MacArthur is always forgotten. I would say that Douglas MacArthur was the greatest American general of the modern age during the World War I period. Then, of course, we have Washington and etc. But I think don't fall. If I can give you my advice, don't fall for a bit of the cultural aspect that of underestimating the United States. I would say I wouldn't underestimate a country that is pretty much the superpower of the world, and that is keeping has kept the Western world together for the last since World War II, for the last almost 100 years, for the last 80 years, and even before, in that sense. So I would suggest also not underestimating the United States. It is true that because of social media, we see the ones that you mentioned, the American rappers and those things. That is not the essence of the United States. Those people are a modern incarnate, a modern tool by the Democrat Party to denigrate a great legacy, because at the end of the day, they did protect Europe from the communism that was being brought both by Nazism and the Soviet Union. Don't think that they are not two sides of the same coin in that sense. If you like, I can give you more reasons as to that. I've explained it previously on stream. There's not really much difference between the Soviet Union and the German regime back then, in that sense, because another thing that relativism has is that it supports socialism and collectivist tendencies, in which the individual is not, in which individual talent is not supported, but collectivism, in which everyone should be more or less equal. It doesn't matter if it goes to one side or the other, in that sense, and that the name of the German party was National Socialism. Never forget that. And if the name is not enough, I can give you the logical reasons. The German party back then absorbed something that in German is called Boxgemeinschaft. You can Google it. Google Boxgemeinschaft. What is Boxgemeinschaft? The inherited spirit of the Prussian community, which was the one that Napoleon had beaten and shamed 100 years before, and that's why there's a component of vengeance there, because that was pretty much the case. In that sense, there were also other reasons, but in general terms, it's like that. So it absorbed something called the Boxgemeinschaft, and see the definition: the inherited spirit of the Prussian community. See that there's no individualism, there's no right side ideology, it's all left side. It was socialist, the name of the party, National Socialism. The party absorbed by the German Nazis before doing it. Inherited spirit of the German community, the Volksgemeinschaft. It's all community and National Socialism. Then what's the right-wing portion of the debate? What was the right-wing stance back then? The right-wing stance back during World War I, World War II, and Napoleon's invasion was the stance of Great Britain, of the Habsburg monarchy, of the medieval Roman Catholic. In the case of the United Kingdom, it was Protestant because of William of Ockham, if you want to read that, but it was still a monarchy. Of the religious monarchies in general. The Nazis were socialists, left-wingers. Why? Because they absorbed the Volksgemeinschaft and named the party National Socialism as a consequence of that. Because they wanted the inherited spirit of the German community. In a monarchy, the community is not the important part. The important part is that the monarch keeps a conductive line of reasoning regardless of how the executive behaves. In a National Socialist democracy, the executive has more power, and I think that the monarchy having more power gives much more stability. For me, the mustache man's leadership was, for me, the most historical moment. I agree. Well, as I said, I am totally against it because he was a socialist, and as I said, I'm conservative, and as I said, I support the British monarchy. No, he did a lot of atrocious things, and as I said, it was all extremely socialist in that sense. I believe in the individual. In his society, it was all socialist in that sense, and I am a conservative, and I wanted to conserve European monarchies, and his wasn't a monarchy. He decapitated the monarchies, in that sense, the German monarchy, just like Napoleon did in France 100 years before. They decapitate monarchies and go for a socialist state. In that sense, the modern propaganda uses it as if they were right-wingers. That is the mistake. They were eminently socialists in that sense. For me, I guess the only interesting part is all of the terrible historical consequences that it brought, to learn from them and not repeat them precisely. But if it gives any lesson to anyone, is that it's a direct consequence of relativism. The mustache man is a direct consequence of relativism. About the migrant problem, I agree with him. And now look at... No, but in the case of... no, he didn't live in our time. Patrick, so it would be quite difficult to translate that to the modern age. What we have nowadays regarding the migrant problem, which does exist, and etc., is basically because of China. And really, China wasn't in the picture in that world war. In that sense, it has to do with China. It has to do with China having an economic war with the United States. So, but you can see why I think that the context is completely different. In that sense, it's China trying to stop the hegemony of the United States, which I think would kill us all. In that sense, because pretty much that. No, if I had to say, Patrick, as I've said, uh, the migrant problem with Germany, it doesn't have to do with that, as I've said. If it were for me, I would reinstate monarchies all across Europe, not dictatorships. This is the problem with a lot of people that makes them confuse uh, those movements from the last century with what I say about a monarchy. A monarchy is not a dictatorship, people. In fact, as I've said, monarchies were quite stable and didn't initiate those wars. They were quite stable and they didn't initiate those wars. In that sense, they didn't initiate those wars. They didn't initiate those wars. As I've said, the conservative stance back then was having a monarchy. Regarding the migrant problem, that's a modern thing that our politicians are simply bought by China. They are bought by China. China pulls money, and the politicians say, well, let's open the frontier, let's have crime. It's against the United States more than any of us in that sense, but it also is a bit against Europe, against the Western world in general, because when you have a society like China that everything is communist and a disaster, then you're also envious of European culture and the United States, which is at the end of the day a variation a different branch of British independence in that sense. So, but at the end of the day, it's European derived culture. So they are envious and they try to destroy it from within, since China cannot invade the US directly, because I love that nowadays they say, but the United States dropped the atomic bombs. China never did, so the only country is the United States. If China had them, they would have done it long ago. You know what's the problem? That the scientists required to create them and all of those weapons of destruction sadly derive from European culture, and as a branch of it, independence of the British, the United States. See how it's objective, people. That is the key. That is the key in that sense. But if they had them, have no doubts about it that it would definitely happen, or it would have happened in the past. I just hope, Patrick, that at least it's a good that at least I'm not a shitty, ignorant influence like a lot of the viral. Oh, I will go soon, but I am interested in one thing. Your teacher said, "Fire away, Patrick, fire away." Then maybe I can hopefully ask for a group to see if I can farm the experience and those things that District told me about precisely. But I wanted to showcase the pain that a normal player would go through if they wouldn't get into a group and those things. I hope it was enjoyable for you. Hope it was enjoyable. Pretty much all of what I've been telling you, Patrick. What would your teacher say? I can give you my mental perception of it. Indeed. See, people, the level design structure. This is the point in which everyone quits the game because they are fucking stuck and they cannot do anything about it. Interesting. So I asked precisely District and Patrick what they would do, and precisely they would go to this zone or the other one that then I have to see it, but well, what they would do at this point if they are stuck and they cannot get in a group. Precisely. The other thing that I could try is trying to kill the monsters at level 72 over there at the parallel world zone. Would be quite interesting. But here we can all experience the pain of a new player together, people. We can all experience the pain that they would go through. They would spend several days like farming here. Your teacher said that the United States will split up. as it will collapse. He also said if California splits apart from the USA, it will collapse forever and China will take over the world in 50. No. I'm sorry, but that teacher has to either be a communist or don't understand the economy of the United States. I will reply to that with why that won't happen in my prediction. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm an idiot, but that won't happen anytime soon. That won't happen anytime soon because of economic reasons. 50%, 50% of the worldwide military, 50% of the worldwide military spending is done by the United States. Only because of that, the United States has 12, if I'm not mistaken, it was 12 nuclear submarines. China has 0. They're trying to build the first one. 12 against 0, I don't know how many carriers. And why am I putting an emphasis on the sea? Because if you control the sea, you control the trade routes. So, I know I need a dungeon in which they don't fire projectiles, the one that I was in. So, only because of military dominance, China can never reach that. First of all. Second, economic reasons. Regardless of crisis or those things, the United States consumes. Sorry, the United States still exports and consumes more than China. Still, but above all of the rest, the research and development in science of the United States is the highest in the world, much higher than all of our European countries first, and definitely higher than China. Because of those things, it is impossible. It is impossible that it will happen. So far in the current situation, you could say that China can do like an economic takeover or etc., taking brute force out of the question. That would be highly improbable because at the end of the day, as I said, the United States still exports more than China, and the population consumes more than China in that sense. Oh, you have another question? I want to live. No, no worries, Pedro, no worries. Because of that, I don't think that'll happen. And there's also another aspect. The United States exerts cultural influence, a positive cultural influence on the rest of the world. China does not exert cultural influence because really there is none to exert. Truly, they have millennial culture and all of those things, but really, when you have to deal with logic and those things, it ends up in the Communist Party of China. Most of the companies in China, just so you see another interesting talking point, most of the companies in China are fronts that still depend on the Communist Party of 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 of, of China. So if you have a society in which the economic potency is directly tied to the political power, if the political power fails, then the economic power fails as well. Why is this? Because I've seen it in my own country. That the socialists try to import the communist model of China. If the CCP, if the Communist Party of China has any weakness, then all of the stock change, all of the actions, and all of the different assets of China fall as well because the companies depend on the CCP because they are not independent. That's the weakness of the communist model. they all depend on the Communist Party staying there. And the second that goes to shit, the companies go to shit. And it's not like the United States that like you can get a Biden and you can survive. No, it's not like that. If the CCP has a weakness, then it affects the rest of the companies, and that's a weakness that the United States does not have. You familiar with the well, yeah, the European conflict going on? Yes, I am aware of it. I am aware of it. Yes, I am aware of it. Yes, the current situation that we have nowadays, pretty much. Why can't into it? Because the army was outdated and the weapons of the West were more modern. Pretty much. Pretty much. I see the problem. They have some melee. Because of the weapons, of the upgrade of the weapons, there were some tanks. There were some tanks that were from the Soviet Union, Patrick, in the invasion. And secondly, the other huge problem is the economy. Like, I see what District said that was it when he said being one-shotted. Interesting. I have another idea. No, well, first I want to see they couldn't take it because of the weapon of the technology of the weapons. It's not the same using a tank from the Soviet Union. It's not that powerful as everyone says. I do think that I believe that that the United States does not say its full arsenal. I think it's secret. We only get the arsenal that is public, and they are way too intelligent. Trust me that they are way too intelligent. that they directly don't reveal their true arsenal. If I had to say a balance of power, do you know, Patrick, that for example, as I said, how many countries have carriers? And how many? You will see that the United Kingdom has 1, I think France has 2, and I don't think if any European country has 3 of the big ones. I think Spain has 1, and that's pretty much it. The United States has 12, if I'm not mistaken. And why do I put the emphasis on the carriers? Because without the carriers, you cannot deploy and refuel planes. And if you cannot refuel planes, you really cannot do what the United States, for example, did with in Middle East with the last operation that they did, in which they destroyed the bunker with the big bad people in it. In that sense, they could do it because the planes could refuel because of the carriers. If you don't have carriers, you cannot deploy planes. If you cannot deploy planes, you cannot control airspace. If you cannot control airspace, you cannot control a territory, like the ground. In that sense, there's a reason why Poland, for example, has so many anti-air defenses against Russia. In that sense, for example, why they put so much emphasis? Because if you cannot control the air, you cannot really control the ground. So, if the United States has 12 carriers and the rest of us, very few European countries have 1, then I cannot see how he would lose against both China and Russia at the same time. In that sense, I'm sorry to say it like that. It sounds like American propaganda, but the carriers are there. They're public knowledge. As long as there are 12 carriers and the rest of the countries have 1 or 0, that's impossible. The United States can deploy troops everywhere in the world in under 3 hours. The rest of the countries can't. There are also a lot of secret bases that they are not mentioned here in the southern hemisphere, for example, as well. There are a lot of bases that are not even mentioned in the southern hemisphere. And my dad argued that Ukraine is to be a country to take over No, yeah, that's the thing. Yes, precisely. Yes, that the EU provided things, but the founding of the EU in a huge portion as well is from the United States. So it's true. The European Union did a lot, and gave a lot of weapons. But the main investor of the international monetary fund and everything is still the United States. It's like that. Like at the end of the day, the weapons cost money, and the money was put by the United States in a huge proportion. I'm not saying that European countries didn't contribute. They did contribute, but as I've said, it's like that. They did pay for weapons. They did help. That's why I always say that the European Union and the United States should always be allies. That they should never fight each other. That's why I say it. The problem is that I do believe that certain specific politicians in the international European Parliament that I mentioned to people like Ursula von der Leyen, that they are being paid by China. And how are you going to negotiate with someone who is being paid by China? It's impossible. It's impossible. You have the enemy working against you. You see what I say in that sense. That's why I don't like von der Leyen, as I've said. That's why I don't like that, or the People's Party in general. That's why I don't like it. Because at the end of the day, it feels like they work for China. What am I going to tell you in that sense? It feels like that. I feel like that. I feel like that. Because otherwise, why would you support so many Chinese exports when you have American ones that are of better quality? It's a question of money. You will stream next week, right? Says Patrick. Yes, why, Patrick? You mentioned that to me. You're enjoying my probably a lot of people over at YouTube are saying, what a demon. What the fuck is this guy? What is he saying? But if you enjoy Patrick, at the end of the day, you stayed up until the end in the non-affiliate stream. You and also District and the rest of the people and of course Flying Energy, Sombra and Phantom. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not here to tell people what they want to listen to. At the end of the day, you were the ones that stay with me, so they can go and listen to the millions of people who will tell them whatever they want to listen to. I don't do that. I don't tell you what you want to listen to. I tell you what I can observe from metaphysical reality. It's like that. That's how I've lost a lot of followers. But there's a positive aspect to it, people. There's a positive aspect to it. The ones that remained are the best. I'll go to sleep now, or words can't express my gratefulness for this conversation. You really opened my eyes. You are my favorite teacher. Good night, brother. No problem, Patrick. No problem. I'm glad that it was somehow useful and that you enjoyed it. If everyone was like me, see how different the world would be. That sounded awfully arrogant. No, everyone doesn't have to be like me, definitely. But they do need to be a bit more open about discussing those topics. We would have people much more the average level of education of the population, which is what I think in that sense. We would have that. But Eraser, you are unbearable to watch when you start debating about that shit. Your opinions are so unpopular. Well, but that's the point, people. I will ask you this. My opinions are unpopular, okay, etc. But do you see me as an aggressive person in general? No, right? I really don't shout people. I always say that you should never hit people on the street, that you should never... Really? Would you say that? No, you really cannot say that. You cannot say that I'm an aggressive individual, in that sense. Do the things that I say are unpopular? Yes, they are. But am I aggressive when I say them? Really, no. You cannot say that at all. No one can say that. I say my opinion. I say my opinions in absolute calm and giving logic behind each corner of them. So really, they cannot be denominated, they cannot be determined as aggressive, truly, at the end of the day. That can tell you what I mentioned the other day. That be it that I am right or wrong, which can perfectly be, I say everything that I say with my most honest and best possible intention to create a healthy society. In that sense, you cannot deny that A, or one, I am not aggressive when I comment my opinions. Two, I always give logical reasons. And three, I say it with my best intention, in all honesty, instead of doing the populist idea of telling you what you want to listen to. See the difference? That is the key. So, Patrick, hope you have a great night. Hope you have a great night, Patrick. Hope you have a great night. And what you told me if I stream next week? Yes, I stream next week. I stream next week, definitely. Yes, I will always be here for you, unless I have to take care of my family's business on a huge level. That might be the end. But hope maybe that the channel always I have time for you guys to be with you guys in that sense. If the channel grows, I will be here always. I will do my best effort, Patrick. So do not despair. Do not despair for those things. If the channel grows and in the end it can turn out to be like a bit of a stable idea in that sense of a stable idea that can be like uh, a side income alongside my family's business, it will remain forever. Then the only thing I can tell you for the rest people, if it's not the case, I can tell you that well, it's because I have to deal with the real life obligations. If in the far future I have to stop doing it, it's because I have my responsibility. But for now, no, don't worry. For now, no, don't worry at all. It's a matter of that. It's a matter of that. I don't like the modern the idea that nowadays the socialist society has, that no, you should do everything because of your goodwill and everything, and you shouldn't say anything about it. No, if you're providing something of value to people, there you should have no shame. You should have no shame in thinking that you should be successful and get money out of it. This concept of thinking that earning money is like the devil or like a demon nowadays, or bad person, he wants money. That sense, just like I told you that money isn't everything in life, which I stand by it, I also tell you that people exaggerating and saying no, everything in that sense free is the other side of the spectrum. We need to have balance, people. Balance in life, always balance. I do not expect to 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 make millions of dollars out of this or anything, but I also do not expect to for example, stay 80 hours. 80 hours. Let's suppose that I would be crazy and I'm not reasonable, and instead of 3 days, I stay for 80, 80 hours streaming non-stop, and that no one gives a shit about my existence and those things. In that sense, no, reasonable, balance, people, balance. Everything in life is meant to have a bit of balance and common sense, If the channel grows, it expands. If it doesn't grow, it contracts. It's like that. It's like balance, people, balance. In that sense, like the economy. But this idea of associating, just like I said, that money is not everything in life, that the ultimate purpose of human existence is not money. On the other hand, let's not fall for socialist propaganda and say that people should stay for 8 hours or 12 hours doing something and not expect anything out of it if they are providing really something of value, which I think I do, which I think I do, which I think I do. So if you think that you provide something of value, this idea of promoting guilt to the population, not only streamers, in general, any worker, doesn't matter your job, doesn't matter your job. If you are at a supermarket, if you are, I don't know, a policeman or whatever, do not feel guilty for I don't know, being promoted or earning more money or those things. Not one extreme like feeling guilt, and not the other one extreme of saying no, my only purpose in life is earning money, which is the other one that we talked about. No, the ultimate purpose of human existence is not being ignorant and illiterate, is to find knowledge. It doesn't matter the stance itself on its own, but to find knowledge and to be wise people. Just like I said, that extreme, not saying that everything in life is money. The other extreme would be not saying that we should do everything that we should expect everyone to do everything free. Balance, common sense and balance. I know it's way too much to ask nowadays from a lot of people, but it's that common sense and balance. Common sense and balance. Not all money, not all free. Balance. Reasonable balance. It's something that is not practiced much nowadays. Balance is not valued enough, if you ask me, people. Balance is not valued enough in that sense. And common sense. For example, here with the stream, here you have the idea. I could dedicate 2 days previously. I saw that a lot of people joined and the beautiful messages that you leave me. Well, I added 1 more day, but not streaming every day. That would be crazy. Balance, common sense. Common sense. That is how, in fact, the economy works, and that's something that we shouldn't. Nowadays, there's this association. This is the subjacent idea, actually, people. The subjacent idea in the consciousness of people, of society nowadays, is that we associate the economy in general with being heartless. And while it is true that it's an exact science, so there's no room for sentiments, for feelings, we don't evaluate the consequences. What happens when the economy of a country is exact, when it's strict, when it's orthodox, a word that we generally don't listen, when it's orthodox? What happens? Generally, when it's orthodox, things work well. When the market works without feelings. And as a direct consequence of that, everyone then can have better salaries. So the initial apparently heartless stance did have a positive consequence. So how can you call something heartless when at the end of the day it could at least may, let's leave a portion to that, when it may experience some positive consequences. It's a contradiction. It's an empirical contradiction. If it can have a positive consequence, then it cannot be completely bad in that sense. Okay, people. So, wrapping up all of the chat. Thanks to Patrick, of course, for all of his passion for the stream and all of his love for the stream. In that sense. So let's see if we can figure out how to how to. I have to use the Tome of Experience. Here I'm getting killed like an idiot, so we'll try. I'll get one-shotted. But let's suppose I'm an idiot. Let's suppose I'm an idiot for a second, and let me activate the. Well, this is not boosted. What about if I use the gear that I've been gathering? Turquoise Sting, Focus Crystal, 100% damage. What's this? Weapon Adornment. Aha, it's for that one. Oh, maybe if I increase my damage enough and activate the experience. Also, I will need this. Or maybe perhaps even this. Then I can buy some. We'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do that. We'll improve our gear. Let's suppose that we are a player without any kind of help. I need to follow it like that. 57. It's all the gear that I looted today. Let's suppose that I'm a player without any kind of help. And I need to make my way through it. Turquoise belt. There we go. I was using a level 34 there. So they are more or less all updated, right? Movement speed, weapon attack speed, lightning resistance. Let's orient our gear to defense to survive the silly attacks. Perfect. 81 damage. Resistances. Let's apply resistances. Here, this one is full. Here we go. Damage on the item. Good. Damage on the item. That's good. That's good. That one, the new one that I just got. I need to remember not to destroy that one. Pink firework battery. Consume big firework. What the fuck is this shit? Fireworks. The game has fireworks. Resistances. Yes, 6 to all resistances. Blah 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 blah. Block value. Lightning resistance. What about this one? Fire resistance. Weapon speed attack. No. Okay, that looks like everything that I have. Golden hand scepter. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. I love that it has a hand. Okay. I know, but it has resistance. No, it's not worth it. I'll keep mine for now. Alright, I've updated my gear, more or less. The belt, no, with whatever I had. The pauldrons, maybe? Yeah. Armor belt, no, okay. Let's see if with this we can survive, and... Hey, nice cape. We got there. Let's see if I can farm this dungeon. Would that kill me? Almost. Oh, it is burning me. Okay, and I get one-shotted there. Maybe I can find... Wait a second, people. Maybe I can find... something a bit more balanced. Something that is not Parallel World Infernal. But it's like that. Hang on a second. I want to see if in this stream I can devise a strategy to actually farm that. And in the meantime, we share the pain, people, that of what a normal player would go through. Let me see if I can devise something. Let me... Let me check out something. Let me check out something. Let me check out something, people. I need to check out something. I want to see if I can somehow exploit the system in a way. Not exploit. Take advantage of the system in a way so I can... Let me check it. No, but here in this one they use projectiles. I know it's the easiest one, but they use projectiles, but maybe I can freeze them. Okay, let me see. Bloodshed, Merciless, Infernal. Maybe here there's no parallel world Infernal. I see the point. Maybe if I leave it at Infernal, which was pretty much what I did previously, I can do that one. Let me check, people. Let me check. We are going to measure the experience rate. If there's a way a new player who is idiot enough as to not accept health like that, or he's shy. Let me see. These ones are at 73. Okay, here I'm not being one-shotted. And I can slow him down. Alright, let me check the experience rate for this. Let me check out something. Because here is the same level. The monsters may give you less experience because they are a bit easier. Hang on a second. Let me activate. Where's the experience? Tome of experience. Let's try that. Then I can buy more, people, don't worry. We won't use those. We'll use... This one is 100. 200. Well, let's keep it at 200 since we are doing something stupid. And here you can see the pain of the level design structure of the game. A terrible, terrible flaw. Because let's suppose the game has no population in the servers. This is the conundrum of online-only games. Why I'm so against them. Let's suppose then... Let's suppose then that the game servers go offline and you have to play on your own and this is not properly scaled. How do you deal with the game? With this, pretty much? Well, the point is, this is the great conundrum of online-only games. That they demand you to play in a group, and the second you do that... Damn it. And the second you do that, you are ruining the game for any offline solo players. This is a huge, huge mistake in the level design, people. How can you pretend the player to make a stop to farm those levels? It makes no sense at all. It's a putrid idea. So, it's a terrible level design structure. The game takes for granted that you can... Alright, 20 stacks. There we go. There. Let's suppose that the person is not sociable enough as to have friends and can only really play solo, or he has no time for those things. What do? You force the player to do this. Well, we'll share the pain of the solo player then. People, that is the idea. In that sense. That is the idea. That is the idea. That is the idea, people. So, a terrible flaw in level design, a terrible flaw in level design. You can see here that today we are going to experience the moment in which all players quit the game and the terrible flaw in level design. So people are asking for groups there, as we could see in the chat. As we could see in the chat. We could see in the chat. That is absolutely terrible. Because then you have to do something like this. You have to do something like this, and you have to deal with all of these farming. In that sense. I wonder if I can actually beat it like this. Damn it, stupid coconuts. There. There. Give me my stacks. So what happens if I do it like this? There, if I can keep up the stacks, maybe I can devise a strategy to farm it more efficiently. If I can keep up the stacks, it shouldn't be a problem. So let's suppose we are a shy lone player. Shit. Damn it. But the experience is getting there. That's for sure. The experience is getting there. Without a doubt. And if I can kill them... they more or less deal 20k damage. They more or less deal 20k damage, so I have 5 blows to not get killed. If I can dodge constantly... let me dodge them, right there. Oh, let's not forget about the Guardian. Good. There, I survived. Good. That experience bar, it's absolutely terrible. What they've done with the experience is absolutely terrible. You would need to farm more than 3 hours in that sense, what districts are precisely. Well, no matter. This is good, people, because like this everyone on YouTube can experience the pain of the leveling pacing of the game. The great, terrible flaw that it has. Eggshell? What the fuck is that shit? And what would happen? I wonder if the other side quests would actually... I wonder if completing side quests would actually give you more experience. Then we can try that. Ooh, quite interesting. I should freeze them. Oh, what's this? The attacks of the Guardian don't get through. What the fuck? The meaning of this shit. The attacks of the Guardian are not getting through? Could it be? Have a gremlin there. Yes, I need to keep it at 20 stacks. And I'm way too slow for that. What happens if I just group them? 13! That's a limit or what? I could have sworn there were more than 13 people in there. Shit. Damn it! Damn it! Here, so I don't have to come back. Interesting, interesting. See the pain, the terrible level design choices that they did to continue with the story. So here they are just telling the player to go farm. Alright, I cannot die from. I'm at 20 stacks. I should be able to kill them. Shit, how did that not work? It was at 20. Why did I lost them? I lost them. How many stacks am I? 55. Shit. I'll have to turn the difficulty down one more level, maybe. Ah, they remain at the help with the spirit guard. Maybe if I reduce the armor as well. I need them to die faster. I need them to die faster. There we go, we keep it at 20 stacks. Right, pretty much this could be another idea that the person could do in my place if he has no one to group up and level. So at this point it turns into the Korean-like grinding MMORPG. Okay. This makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. Makes no fucking sense. Yeah, pretty much is like this. I would probably go for something like this. Interesting. Could it be that they are killing my guardian? Some shit? No, I don't think so. Oh, it's also dying. I have 8 seconds. Yeah, you pretty much have to exploit the 20 stacks of think they all died. Look at that, people. All dead. And now we need to find another group. Not bad, not bad. Okay, I see. What if I group them? And survive, of course. What if I group them together? Wouldn't that make it faster? I see. Huh. Yeah, but these guys move way too much. Oh fuck, no. I see, people. Perfect, so this is an atrocious level design. Like, you are locked out of the story, like the newbie player is locked out of the story. I see the newbie player is locked out of the story, and... Okay, let's try a different strategy. Let's try a different strategy, people. Let's try a different strategy. Let's try doing the side quests that we left behind. Let's try that. Because so far, all of the solutions that we've tried, like as a newbie player, were related to killing monsters endlessly. But maybe the solution of this atrocious level design, well, it has no solution, it's terrible. But what the newbie player that doesn't have friends that will help him on stream, of course, that's why I'm doing it like this. Maybe doing side quests here? I don't know. Let's see. Perfect disguise. Let's suppose we are a player that doesn't get a group, that is not farming, and you are locked out of everything. Let's not suppose that the people over at the stream helps us, for anyone watching this as a YouTube pod. So let's suppose, let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze the parallel world ones. Okay. Let's suppose these ones. Let's suppose these ones, and we'll lower it from infernal to fatal. No, we'll leave it at we'll leave it at painful, for example. We'll leave it at painful, which is the highest available. Here we can see an atrocious level design as the player is locked out of the story, and precisely the topic of analysis that I want you to mention today. The level design in this game is terribly flawed due to this. That's why they all wanted to help me, and etc. But it's precisely because of this. Why lock out the player from the story by just scaling it like that? In most isometric MMORPG games, people, the idea is that you would like the player to progress more or less smoothly in the story to then provide a quite challenging end game or whatever. But here in this game, the player is upfront limited in a very artificial way. And what do I mean by that? The fact that you cannot proceed with the main quest only because of your level denies any creative freedom to the player to a degree that you cannot imagine. No, don't give me that one. Give me this one. We are going to do this one. No, not this one. This one. Draining. Search for the reason behind the draining in the oasis. So let's suppose the player is now lost, that is shy and doesn't want to get a group, that the player wants to play solo. Let's suppose, it's not the case here, but let's suppose that the player wants to play solo. Imagine that I don't ask District or Patrick or Phantom or Ender for any help, and the player just has to deal with the problem alone. Let us suppose what would happen. The player is shy, does not ask for a group, wants to play solo, so the player will need to do this in that sense. Let me change the essence, because that one is way too good for this. Here we just need a gray one. There we go. So pretty much the player would need to deal with this. And here we can see all of the consequences. You are locked out of the story, like you cannot proceed with the story at the end of the day. You cannot proceed with the story. That one is locked. That one is bugged. There. You cannot proceed with the story. Find to destroy the... there was a guy that sold those over here. There was a goblin here that sold those. Hey, look at that. If I keep the mouse pressed... Find a bomb to destroy the barricade. Yeah, there's one here. Don't touch them. They are not toys. Alright, so you have to do this side quest then instead. Oh shit, no. Not that. Okay, I see. So, a terrible level design that brings in a lot of consequences. Not good. Well, collect dry turned wood in the forever oasis. That should be easy. So I can use those. So the player would need to go back and do things like this. And in that sense, as I've said, it destroys the creative freedom of the player 100%, people. Because as you can see, I would say this, if the player wants to access a level that he's not prepared for, let the player do it. If he gets killed, then he always has the option to go back and farm, like the game is actually forcing me to do here. But the point is that why destroy the level design structure of the game like this when you can simply ensure that the player actually has the creative freedom to take on the challenge. Maybe there's a psychopath, a creative genius, that actually can beat the level. Because he cannot get hit, because he devises a defensive strategy. It gives a lot of creative variety to the players, and it doesn't lock you out of the story in such an abrupt and an atrocious way like this game. Like here, shit. Oh, I got killed there. Like here, the player basically is told to get out of here and farm, basically, and different strategies and everything. But more or less, it's the same level structure. It's an atrocious level structure. People, because you're locked out because of the level. The player does not feel psychologically that he's being locked out because of his own skill, but rather the level cap that the game imposes on you. It's an extremely artificial way to deal with difficulty. It just crank up the difficulty to infernal, and you're fucked, player. No, give the player a challenge. I'm not saying do an easy game. And do an easy game. I'm not saying that, but let the player have a challenge that does not lock him out of the story like this. Like this, you know what it affects as well? The grandeur category of the analysis. This game has like isolated storylines per region, right? Instead, it could have one main quest. It could have one main quest that connects all of the regions with voice-acted storyline, that would help keep the cohesion of the plot in between zones. But here you don't have a storyline that is shared across all regions. Every region is like something completely disconnected from the previous one. Then it's not voice acted at all. You have to read everything. Alright, it was a tradition in old school isometric action RPG games, true. But even so, Diablo 2 was voiced. Okay, you don't get that. And you are also locked out of any creative freedom. That is the real huge flaw. You are locked out of any creative freedom as a player, as you pretty much are told to go back and farm. That you cannot start this zone only because of your level, not because of your ability. So it's an absolutely terrible cohesion and relationship between the level design and the grandeur category of the analysis, of the cohesion of the plot and the storyline. It's a terrible cohesion, probably among the worst I've seen. So the players are literally forced to simply come here and I don't know, do side quests. There we go. Now I can grab that and I can finish this quest, I guess. I don't know, this is what I would instinctively do, as the side quests do give some more experience and you also kill enemies in the way. Run away from the blast. How much? You are safe now. Quest guidance is complete. Talk to... Okay, let's suppose this was a great desert. Let's suppose now I keep going and do another quest. For example, let's suppose it. I'm assuming that I'm a solo player rather than someone who would get external help, people. So here we can see the shared pain of the terrible leveling experience. Because if we are going to bash the game, people, if we're going to bash the game, we need to have logic reasons as to why. Here you can see that the experience bar is completely... the experience pacing of the game is terrible. And remember, the proportion that I've been told is 70-30. So imagine that if 70% of players will have to go through this, it is normal that they get discouraged. But the real problem, we never get us to the main reason. The real main reason is that there's a complete limitation, an utter limitation of the creative freedom of the player. Imagine that there's a guy who designs a skill tree, whatever the class. Imagine that for whatever reason he's using a more OP class than mine or whatever, but that he deliberately chooses it. And that the person can somehow survive infernal difficulty and farm it. You are really limiting and beat the main story quest. Not only farm that difficulty, but beat the main story quest. Like, keep going, regardless of the level. You are limiting the player from having a lot of creative freedom, as here the quests are level locked, so we have a negative impact of the level design on the cohesion of the storyline, if you think about it, people. There's a negative impact because the objective is here. It's those thingies. They are those crystals. Okay, perfect. So let's imagine that a person creates a skill tree, or a skill tree, a build in which he can actually get through the story if he's not stupidly scaled to level 70. Let's suppose that it doesn't do that. Then you are limiting the creative freedom of that player by locking it. On top of that, as I was mentioning, there's an absolute disconnection. Between the plot and the storyline in between regions in this game. I would say that the biggest flaw, besides this pacing, this terrible pacing of the level and etc., besides that, the biggest flaw as well is how disconnected the plot feels. Now, someone could argue, let's suppose the opposite direction. Someone could argue to me that, for example, it follows the structure of World of Warcraft. Right? World of Warcraft follows the same structure in that sense. Like not having a main plot line that connects everything. Okay. But really the leveling pacing of World of Warcraft isn't as crazy as this. It's not forcing the player to increase the difficulty like this at the end of the day. So in that sense, the pacing of the experience system is much more balanced. First point against that theory. And second of all, in the case of World of Warcraft, and you could argue the same for this game that is meant to be played as a group, for example, that District told me some minutes ago, precisely. Really, you can solo farm more efficiently in the proportion. As I've said, the experience pacing, you can actually solo farm much more efficiently in that sense. Here is a complete dependency on group farming. And you must be thinking, why do you care so much about that? Just do group and etc. Is it because of what you mentioned before, that you are... Let's suppose, as I've said, my first hypothesis, that a player is shy. He doesn't want to play in groups. Let's suppose he wants to play the game alone. Let's suppose that. Well, he has to go through this first. Second point. This could have been easily solved as well by, for example, creating solo dungeons that scale to the player much better in terms of the scaling. And then as well, let's suppose that is not a shy player at all. What happens if the game population is low? Right? Because so far we've considered the, let's say, forceful approach to it, like the player is shy and doesn't want to get a group to get the experience. But let's suppose it's something mandatory rather than a hypothetical situation that I am artificially creating. What happens if the game population is low and you really don't even have the option of begging in the chat for groups and those things, and you don't have kind-hearted people like here at the stream that offer me to farm it? What happens if the game population dwindles? Everything goes to shit, right? And there's a difference with World of Warcraft. As I've said, I have my own offline Wrath of the Lich King server of World of Warcraft, and I don't know, Black Desert or Lineage 2 or whatever. And in those games, even if you play alone, the pacing experience for the leveling experience, the pacing for the leveling experience is properly balanced. There you have the definitive proof. That the influence of the experience pacing of the level design on the overall structure of the level design, plays a big role, but it's different in World of Warcraft than in this game. That's the huge difference, because otherwise then I could criticize World of Warcraft completely because of the same reason. But if we do the experiment, of playing World of Warcraft offline on our own completely, we will find out that you can level up solo at a much more reasonable pace than this. For example. So it's different. If we had an offline version of Drakensang, of Drakensang 3, of Drakensang Online, if we had an offline version, this would be the case. We would have to level like this. See that the bar does not move, no matter how many side quests I complete. That is quite brutal. That's why we have a lot of people that District so kindly ask me to help me farm in chat. But I need to experience what a normal player would experience at least once to have an idea for the final analysis. People, we have to go through this pain. Because otherwise we will never understand. Because I am so fortunate to have a lot of people that have helped me throughout the streams to farm. In that sense, Phantom, a District, and an Ender. I had so far 3 people helping me farm. So, in that sense, you are dependent on that. This leads me to the main conundrum that I wanted to get to today: the problem of online-only games. The model that we have nowadays with a lot of them. Once again, it's a topic that needs to be talked about much more. People, what's the ideal situation? The ideal empirical evidence and hypothetical situation. What is it? What would it be? The formula of Diablo 2. Diablo 2, you can play it offline, and then if you really have a healthy online player base, you can then create an online character for it and play with your friends. And to avoid cheating, they are separated. You cannot move an offline character to an online server and vice versa, pretty much. That's the idea. So, that is the ideal solution, if you ask me. Why? Because it does not disrupt the solo experience for the player, but at the same time still provides the online portion of it. It still provides the offline portion of it. Okay. What do we have nowadays in comparison? Offline is discarded. That's why I wanted to make a series with the best offline bots ever. I know this sounds quite old school. Everyone is going to say that I'm a grandpa, pretty much, watching this as a YouTube bot, pretty much. But I want to make a series of the best offline bot games to suggest to people. I want to do that, a series of that, because it cannot be that as consumers we are taking the probability of playing the game offline and getting the leveling experience, the pacing of the leveling experience destroyed. See how important it is. Now, the consequence on the grandeur category of the analysis, on the plot. This game has one glaring flaw. One of the most brutal flaws ever. First of all, the characters are not voice acted. That's a common aspect in classic isometric RPG games. For example, think about Drakensang 1 that we played. It only had the first voice line of each character voice acted. The same goes for Baldur's Gate, that only the first line of each character is acted. So you read it like in old school Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, but there's a difference between that. And I have to do this one. I never did this one. This one is quite old school. There's a difference between that and having the main quest line disconnected. The scene, the huge flaw of this game is having the quest line disconnected. It's not that you get and it had an easy solution. It's not that you get a single main quest line that is connected throughout all regions. You get different quest lines, right? You get different quest lines, and they are not voice acted, but they are also disconnected in between each other, right? They have nothing to do in that sense, and that, as I've said, destroys the cohesion of the story plot, because at the end of the day, the player really ends up not caring about the story, like Ambra, Pay, a Trick, District, Flying Energies, they all told me about, but we never get as to why. We never get as to why. Why is it that the player ends up feeling disconnected 100% from the storyline? People, why? Well, when you get a different quest line in each region that has nothing to do with the previous one, then the cohesion is completely lost in the gameplay. You know what this game needs? This game needs a common enemy shared in between levels. But no, it's a different isolated boss for each region. That is the huge logical reason as to why the player base feels so disconnected from the storyline and then just go farm. Because eventually the brain, as I've said always, it's a matter of objective facts, not mental perception, people. Either the game creates dopamine in the brain or not. It's not a matter of, I think that it's boring that I have to kill the mobs a lot. No, it didn't create the dopamine because of objective reasons, because the cohesion of the plot line is completely disconnected. Imagine this, in Diablo 3. Let's grab Diablo 3 or Diablo 2. In Diablo 2, this is one of the... So that's so you see the difference in quality, so we establish a comparison. In Diablo 2, right from the beginning, what's the first cinematic in Diablo 2? It's the Wanderer that is even connected to the first game, because the Wanderer in Diablo 2 is actually the protagonist of Diablo 1, it's actually the player from Diablo 1. See how connected it is, see how the disconnection in the cohesion of it's not even the plot in this case, it is the plot a bit, but it's the cohesion of the storyline and the relationship with the level design. It's the cohesion of the storyline in relation with the level design, in that sense, in the relationship with the level design. Imagine that in this game, District told me that the final boss is Mortis, right? He told me that it's Mortis, the god of death, etc. Imagine if Mortis is present in this game right from the beginning. I still haven't seen the boss, by the way, people, just so you have an idea. Imagine if you have a connection with that and that there's somehow of a cohesive plot in it. I bet with that, players here will appreciate the story much more. In Diablo 2, let's think about Diablo 2. The Wanderer, it starts with the Wanderer. The Wanderer, that is the player from Diablo 1 that has to, like, put the crystal in his forehead to, in the end, contain Diablo and save Tristram in the first game. Pretty much. You can see that Diablo 1 didn't have really a lot of a plot. It was pretty much that. There's something in the underneath the Cathedral of Tristram. In the second game, they fixed that. That's why it's regarded as the... And which one is remembered out of the two? Which one is remembered the most? Diablo 1 or Diablo 2? It's Diablo 2. Precisely because it fixed that. The cohesion of the level design and the impact on the storyline, in that sense. But see that I get to the objective reasons, people. It's not that I'm just telling you Diablo 1 is cool, Diablo 2 is cool, and Drakensang Online is not good. See that I at least put in the effort to get to the objective reasons in that specific aspect, at least. Then this game has a lot of amazing ideas, but the main core problem with that is that, as I've said, the plotline is disconnected, and the player ends up losing track the player ends up losing track of what it was about at all, because there's not a common denominator. I would say that the worst problem is not having a common denominator in between them. Not having a common denominator. For example, as I said, Diablo, you know him from the first game. Even if you didn't play the first game, you get to know him. Is this Spiky Valley, right? Yeah, it's a Spiky Valley. Even if you didn't get to know him in the first game, let's suppose, people, you're like a clean slate player of Diablo 2. You didn't play the first one. The Wanderer gets you chase him, then Diablo gets freed and unleashes his wrath upon humanity and everything. See that Diablo is the element precisely that connects all of the regions. Here you don't have that. Each region has a different boss and makes it feel generic in that sense. But worse than that is that it makes the player much more disconnected from the storyline. It destroys any cohesion that you could have. In Sacred 2, for example, people, in Sacred 2, let's not even talk about Diablo 3, that is more cinematic, and you have Leah, there's a more of a more direct connection with the plotline in Diablo 3, even more than 2. Let's suppose in Sacred 2. In Sacred 2 you have your daughter. I think that the story changes depending on which class you do. You have your daughter, you have a different boss in each region, but more or less there's a bit at least of a connected plot with the Inquisition and everything. There's a bit of a connection. Here there's no connection. Zero connection between the zones. In Titan Quest, let's not even talk about it. In Titan Quest, you are following the Telking as a common enemy, and then the Typhon and those enemies. There's a bit of a relationship established between the player and the main antagonist of the story. In that sense, like in a real theater play or movie. In this game, there's an absolute disconnection, like in World of Warcraft. But the problem is that World of Warcraft, at the same time, doesn't have the terrible leveling experience that you can see here. See the pain that any new player has to go through to deal with that. Of course, here, because of the fact that I'm streaming so far, I have had help. But I am trying here to replicate the situation of any newcomer player, because then otherwise it's an absolute mess. I cannot expose the real nature of the game. So the person would be forced to deal with this leveling experience to progress with the story, because the main story quests are locked behind level caps, which, as I've said, is terrible because it limits the creative freedom of the player. Instead of cranking up the level difficulty from 50 to, I think it was asking for me at 70. See, they're the same levels as Titan Quest. But Titan Quest, even if you are 20 levels behind it, yesterday I did it, I could beat the final boss. Because it's not that I was one-shotted, but I wasn't locked out of the main quest. And at the end of the day, with a lot of practice, I could beat the bosses. With a strategy, taking my time and everything. But the structure of the level design made it so the player had the required creative freedom as to deal with problems on his own. Here, the logical reason behind the frustration that District told me that everyone lives at this point of the game is that the player is not being judged by his ability, by his skill. The player is being limited by the game forcefully because of his level. Straight up. In Titan Quest, you are at a disadvantage being 20 levels behind the boss monster. but it is possible to farm at those levels. Here, by doing this, you are just telling the player to go away, farm, and come back when you are level something. In Titan Quest, it's much more sequential, the strategy to the level design choices. Much more intelligent in that sense, being sequential. Because here it's like a wall. It's like a wall. But it's not a wall in terms of difficulty. It's a wall in terms of farming levels. You see, it's an extremely artificial reason to limit a player. Extremely artificial. What I always tell you that it should always be the most organic possible in that sense, instead of being artificial. What's this? Disconnection. Connecting. Disconnection. What happened there? We got a disconnection there. There we go. I know it was refreshing that shit. Okay, good. So, I mean, it interrupted my thoughtful analysis. People, I hate it when that happens. That's why I have all of the bots banned. People, so I have all of the word viewers banned, so the bots don't bother me. I hope it wasn't a bot that tried to get there. No, it was a small drop in my connection, I think. Okay, so as I was mentioning, it's a way too artificial reason as to limit the player. You should limit the player as a developer always, because otherwise the game is way too easy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the reasons that you have to limit the player must be organic. What do I mean by being organic? Because, as I've said, people, we always need to define things in absolute terms, because otherwise, if we define them on relative terms, if I tell you, okay, organic means that it's not artificial, see, that would be a relative definition, because I'm defining something using a comparison rather than absolute terms. No, if we're talking about organic, it means that the... Hang on a second. There's a scorpion that I was looking for. There it is, there it is, there it is. There it is. That's what we were looking for. No. Migratory scorpion. And that one... No, noxious scorpion. It's a different type, sorry. I'm not a biologist. I couldn't tell the difference. It has to be the other one. I could just refresh the zone and I bet it would appear much easier. Because here I have to kill that specific monster. By organic reasons, I mean reasons that obey to not limiting the creative freedom of the player when the limitation happens. The artificial ones limit the creative freedom of the player in that sense. Here, wall, until you are in level 55, you don't proceed through the story. There. See that I'm not giving you any creative aspect to play with in the meantime of that limitation. Instead, Titan Quest. Yesterday, for example. Player, you want to try killing Hades 20 levels below it. You want to try it? Well, then you will get killed. There's a limitation. You will get killed. The difficulty will be there. You will need to have frame perfect reflexes. Pretty much. But it's still possible to do it. Here, I think it has to be the other one. Noxious, they are all noxious ones. Here it's not that. Here it's player, you are not level 55. Go farm. And the worst part of it is that farming also isn't a challenge, as you can see here. You can see here that it's like brain dead farming. Like really, it's not posing a difficulty to me. It's just consuming my time. So, once again, that brings me back to the idea of the source of the difficulty. When do we say that a game is bad? When it's repetitive, most people would answer, because you just do the same thing over and over again. No, it's because in all games we have an insane amount of repetition because of the nature of computing in general. We do a lot of repetition, but there's a disparity. When there's a disparity between the depth of the game, added as difficulty, and the content of the game, added as difficulty. Here, the content, in this case, let's compare if there's this disparity, and you'll verify that it is. What am I being forced to do? Run dungeons that I already did. okay? Or do side quests here in some different regions. For example, repeating the same content. No new content is added. Okay. Depth of the combat. I've already mastered it. I'm really not getting killed at this difficulty while farming to progress through the game. What it's asking me to do to progress through the game, basically. So, the depth has already been mastered. The amount of time it takes for the player to be efficient in combat, already solved. And the level design, the level design, the content, the difficulty added through content, repeating the same dungeons. So in both aspects, we can verify the disparity. I'm doing the same dungeons, no new content added, so 0 difficulty added through content, and in terms of depth, 0 is already been mastered as well. So no new depth and no new content. Difficulty is not there, creates the disparity between the levels. Imagine that if instead of this, I had a special side quest line designed to farm up to level 55. The content would be there, the depth has already been solved, because it wouldn't kill me, as I've said, normal leveling, but the content would be there. When the disparity happens, when you have no new maps to deal with the farming, and you also mastered already the difficulty, that's when people will naturally think that the game is repetitive. But here we got to the reasons as to why. And in this case, it's an atrocious level design for solo play. And District used the argument before at the beginning. It's a game that is meant to be played as a group, for example. Someone could argue that. To that argument, then I would also say, what happens if instead of being an experiment like I'm doing here, like a hypothetical situation to share the pain of the players, like any solo player, if instead of that it was forcefully caused by the natural dwindling of the population of the game, if the game was offline. It's not the case. It's not the case, Eraser. It's not the case. It's not offline. What if it were? If I wanted to play the game offline, I would have to go through this, pretty much. Otherwise, I would need to mod it to scale the experience. But at that point, we get into the terrain of modding, right? So, people. So, here you can see how all of these delicate matters, at the end of the day, they may sound quite abstract, they may sound quite disconnected from empirical evidence, that theory is disconnected from empirical evidence, but it's not. Let's imagine, just so we have a clear example. Imagine if in this game the experience bar worked like in Diablo, that you had extra dungeons to add content to the game. But if it was like what you saw yesterday with Titan Quest, for those of you who watched the VOD yesterday for Titan Quest, for example, or think about Diablo, any of them work. The game can be completed solo with a better experience pacing, and with the versatility of not depending on groups, in that sense, without going through this. So, and a connected storyline that keeps the attention of the player in those moments, like Titan Quest does. Wouldn't it be better for the game? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Wouldn't it lose a lot of the player base as a direct consequence of that? Yes, that's what would happen. That's what would happen. That's why I always suggest, precisely, my 2 cents, my humble 2 cents, as I always say, that games should always have an offline mode. Fortunately, nowadays we get a lot of cases in which we can get that through modding. For example, the other day I was reading that Destiny 1 and the crew, both the crew has finally already has it. Destiny 1 is kind of like in the process of having it. They have offline modes for them, but a modder needed to step in and solve it. In that sense, that's one of the huge achievements as well of Sacred 2 and Diablo 2. See that the most popular games end up being the ones that were offline initially. Have you ever wondered why? Because those games allow a creative freedom that really open world, that really online only games just cannot establish because of that. Precisely. So today I wanted to experience this so the player base can see the huge flow of the game. Pretty much, people. So maybe this one. We can do this one. So as you can see, the grandeur has to accompany the level pacing of the game. It has to accompany the level pacing of the game first and foremost, and it does play a role. On keeping the attention of the player at the end of the day, people. So I wanted to play it like this today. I wanted to play it like this, so you have an idea on those things. This is the zone that District told me that should give me the most experience, and as well, I have some extra quests there. Collect 20 hides from enemy Shadagans in the Great Desert. Okay. Perfect. Great, people. Great. Oh yeah, pretty much. People. Hey, it's this one. I have no room. I have 0 room. Festive firecracker. What do I do with it? Shotgun hide. Shotgun fighter. And once again, we can see the terrible consequences of online-only games in the gaming industry, people. Here you had all of the terrible examples right here. So this will be great for any YouTube viewer to understand the pain, because this is also not the first time it happens. I actually got locked out of the main quest several times because of not having enough level. It's a terrible decision in that sense. Terrible decision in that sense. Okay, so here you can see the consequences of what I've been mentioning. Unless you somehow can survive Infernal difficulty and boost your experience rate. Do I have another Tome of Experience? I should. No, I need to go back and look for some of them. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Do I have or do I need to buy more? We need to buy more, people. We need to buy more. So yes, it would take, I would say, about another 4 hours of farming for 54. Yeah, roughly. In 4 hours you can get 1 level, more or less. Where's my stash? The side quests do help, but still. Do I have my stash here? They have another Tome of Experience. No, I would need to buy some more. Where do I buy them? Yeah, we need to learn where to buy the tomes of experience. It was over at King's Hill, right? Yeah. So well, people, the second topic I wanted to get into today is the enemy variety of this game. I will mention that most of the attacks in this game are quite similar in that sense. I don't like the fact that all of the projectiles have the same trajectory, precisely. This one's called the experience thingy, or was it? Which one was it? God damn it. Now I'll need to remember that. Purveyor of a royal card. Let's see what they say. This is just... no. Where's the Haraja low? Ah, you can go from here. Okay, okay. Get off there. The ones that sell the experience boost, the experience tome. They should be more or less over here. They have to appear eventually somewhere. Selection. King's Hill Researcher Scrolls. No. The workbench, the anniversary celebration. This one we already checked it, I think. Yeah. The experience tome was somewhere else here. Jeweler, no. Okay. There has to be someone who sells that. Event merchant, no. No, where's the experience boost? Where was it? Crafting master, no. It has to be somewhere over here. Where was it? I'll find it. Where was the experience boost? Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not that one. Maybe over here? Crafting master. Alchemist and essence. Ah, look at that. Here you buy the essences. Hey, they're quite expensive, those. Okay. Quite good. I think it was... no, I know. It has to be that one then. That one, the one that sold the pets as well. Red armored warhorse. Oh, this one looks cool. Grey gorilla there. Oh. 600 my gold. That's quite good. A walrus. I love walruses. Quite a nice animal. I'm taking this. Your inventory is full. No, I want that thing. Death bell resistance. This one. Good. Unique. Ah, no, but it has a unique value there. Okay. Sell that. Sell. Book of Condemnation. Health points. Armor value. Ah, yeah, this one is. It follows like the same pattern. Yes. British pauldrons. Crystal ball. 104. sell that. Critical value, sell that. Sell those things. Low value, sell it. Sell it. Sell. 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 Turquoise necklace, good. Okay, no worries. Wait a second. I had already sold all the boosted gear that I farmed yesterday. Maybe I will interpret that I was wrong there, but could it be that you actually get boosted gear if you farm Infernal at 72 there on your own? Health points on the item. Give me that walrus. I love this animal. I love walruses. Oh, it's so beautiful. Nice. I'll keep. Looks amazing, people. How can you not like a walrus like that? It's so round and fluffy. Well, not fluffy. For that, I would need a sheep. Yeah, definitely the most beautiful out of all of these. Love how round it looks like. Wild beasts. Where is it? Here. Black walrus, brown walrus, beige walrus. Okay, we keep this one. Pick that one. Keep the walrus there. Front page. We assign the little walrus over there. Nice. Okay. So next, the experience stone. Right, I got a bit distracted with the walrus. Magical Weaver, maybe it was this one. Wave, Rejugle. Okay, these are not. This is just called cosmetics. Where is the stupid tone of experience? Darn it. No, but this guy needs those. It uses a different currency. Community Baker, what the fuck? No. This one is only mounts and pets. Okay. Okay, alright. Alright, I ran out of experience stones. I don't know where the fuck to get them. No, this is just gems. They're not indicated on the maps. You cannot use legends. In that sense, where is it? Can't be. Event merchant, no. This one? Event merchant as well. No. It was more or less over here, the one that sold those. Event crafting, event reward. Blacksmith. Selection. Futurist experience stones, where do you get them? And well, I will Google it. Fuck, give me a second, people. Give me a second. I need to find where you can get the experience stones. Let's see. Ah, no, of course, from the shop. Okay. General. Experience tome, experience tome, experience tome. So let's precise. 100 tome of experience. What's the difference between a book and a tome of experience? 30. Ah, this one lasts 1 hour. Well, yeah. Well, if I were a new player, I would invest on this. Like that. You could do ×5, I guess, but no, pretty much it's okay. That should do it. Let's go back. Besides, now we have a walrus with us. I cannot fail with this. Let me check something out. Let's go back. Finish those stupid quests. Let's see. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Alright. Okay. Perfect. 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 Magnificent. Activate the tome. Where are they? Yeah. Now we'll see if I can farm Infernal. Quest guidance complete. Collect 10 sewing thread chests, whatever. Hey, if I keep the right mouse button pressed, I can literally, about there. I can like permanently dodge. Yeah, but you cannot time it like with precision. There. What's that? Just also Shadowkins. Collecting sewing threads? What's a and where do I get the sewing thread? Zero? Shit. Poison. What's the meaning of this shit? Those? Oh, it may not drop. That's terrible. Oh fuck, it may not drop. Interesting. Oh. It may not fucking drop. Quest guidance must be complete. It's all of them. Fuck it. This is great effort, right? There should be some other chest. So far, that's the only quest line that I see. I see. So at this point, the players have to like take an impasse and there I see one. And like you cannot progress through the story. This is stupid. This is the worst level design I've seen in a lot of years. And it's not even warranted to drop. There's one here. The fact that it takes so much to mount is also terrible. It's absolutely stupid. Damn it, the poison. Let's go. Let's go, Walrus. I have an idea. I'll just refresh the zone so I have more chests to deal with. As a second topic of analysis, people, I wanted to mention the enemy variety that this game. Hey, what if I just enter, exit? What if I just exit the map and re-enter? Oh shit. Stupid poison. You need to wait for it to dissipate. And it doesn't dissipate as well. I wonder what the chance of that shit dropping must be. Take 10 shooting threats. I think. They're pretty much at fixed locations. Damn. That's so stupid and silly. I love the sounds of the walrus. At least they help me. They distract me somehow. They're quite cute. Oh shit, no. Well, if I'm just going to do that, I can drop it to normal. So I don't get killed. And that one. That clippy is. There we go. It will be a one-hit kill there. Because it's abnormal. At 15 stacks it should be a one-hit kill. I want to finish the quest, people. If I stay there as I bring my walrus with me. Well, I think I looted one. Oh, that's pretty much it. There we go. That stupid clipping also gets in the way. 100%. We enter again. And we finish the quests. I've been quite unlucky with the quests that I've been given, I think, people though. I've been quite unlucky in that sense. Give me a second, I need to drink a bit of water. What time is it? Ah, yeah. I have time. I have time. Okay. Great desert. Let's go. So pretty much, bet you can see. I can see now why most people quit at this point. But I want to get through it as it is. Where's the quest? 5. I didn't even loot the second one there. 6. Yeah, they are at fixed locations, as far as I can tell. There we go. Stop. Let me. Oh shit! No, no, no. Lunar silver receipt. No. I mean to buy that shit. How do they put it right? I spent 2,000 undermanned. That putrid shit. My God, what's that shit? It's because I pressed T there. Need to remove T because I have T for shop. Mother scam. What a scam. I'll remove that key binding. That's not happening to me again. What the fuck? What's that shit? What did I purchase there? Lunar silver. What the fuck? Well, I don't know what it was, but I'm removing that key binding. Where's that T? T has to be. Where's the T? Where's the T? There, display shop. Eliminated. No key, no key. No key. I don't want any key. Like that? Oh. Easy, I'll just remove it to something stupid. Collector's bag. There we go. That's the key. T. Yes. No more shit. There. There we go. Nice. What happens if I just exit and enter, like, right there? What would happen, people? What would happen? What would happen if I just do that? What would happen? Would it drop? It drops. It's a constant drop there. It's better to do it like that. It's better to do it like that. God damn it, this game took the concept of fetch quest to the next level. Like, very few people will be able to have the patience to play the game like this. It will be quite difficult. It will be quite difficult for anyone to have the patience to play the game like this. I know, they were just likely draws. It was random, okay. They were just likely draws, okay. And it was just my own luck there. It does seem to be random then. There we go. Yeah, quest item complete. Took to finding higher jump. I don't know how I ended up going there, but well. Took to Fahidin Haraj. Took to Fahidin Haraj. There we go. Nice. Right now, not here. Not King's Hill. Not King's Hill. Here. Haraja. Hiraja. The Haraja. Not King's Hill. Not King's Hill. King's Hill, no. No. It's got to be Hiraja. Oh. What an atrocious level design. Atrocious. But well, people, it's our duties to expose the pros, you know, wars. Did I get experience? I think I got. Enter the Shadowgun's training ground, Deeps of Demise. Okay, painful is the max. Then it will. There has to be a way to farm that other one. There has to be a way to farm the Infernal World one. The parallel Infernal World one. There has to be a way. There has to be a way to do so. One thing for sure, the game does run smoothly, yeah? Considering it's free to play, in that sense, it's a good alternative. It's an alternative to Questkeeper. Talk to Bank. Perfect disguise. Uncle Odie, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in here? If you don't let me in the treasure cave. No. But what? Give me my quest. Proof of strength. Task for the beast. Where the fuck am I? The 6 terrors on the 2nd floor? It's like a maze. It's like a maze, like in Diablo 1. They got like a dungeon. It's like an arena in Diablo 1. It's like an arena in Diablo 1. Wait, what? No. I wanted to get in there. It's like an arena in Diablo 1. This guy is unavailable for this quest. Is this? Deeps of the Mine's 1st floor. I presume it's here, as long as I don't get killed here. Ancient Brazier. Be prepared, the next trial will start soon. Chest of Resistance. What? Next trial? You survived, go to the next platform. What the fuck? Be prepared, next trial will start soon. What trial? The fuck? You survived, go to next platform? What the fuck? Next trial will start. What the fuck is this zone? There we go, that's more like it. Was bugged or what? No, what the fuck was that? There, I presume that is the trial. You survive, go to next. Deactivate this shit. You survive, go to next platform. Well, I don't know, but this is quite fun, people. It's like an arena mode. Okay. Sure, we'll start soon. Oh! What's that? Oh. Okay, I see, I see. What? Why did I forget about that? Well, there's only one enemy, there's not much I can do. Interesting. What's that? Looks quite bad. Aha. Destroys the armor, that's for sure. It's better to do it like that. Then, as I cannot stack on a lot of basic attacks. Nice dodge there. Aha. I bet this guy will give me some experience. Not really, player. No, not really. Not really, but still. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting boss. I bet most people will skip this shit. This point, they're farming. Bone coin. Oh, there's only one more, and then we have a boss, I believe. Oh. You survived. Go to next platform. Could it be that I found like a gauntlet here? And here we get a boss. What's this shit? Beware, the floor warden approaches. It doesn't slow my attack speed, only my movement. What do I do now? I keep going. At least it's giving me experience. I'm playing it on painful. What now? Quest. Find and defeat a wall of the 6 turrets on the 2nd floor. That's easy. This should be the 2nd floor. This? Oh, we got a 2nd floor. At least I found an interesting quest line. To divert my attention as I farm it. Oh. I wonder how many people actually found out of this quest line. Oh, that. You survived, go to the next platform. It's like an arena mode. Oh. Aha. You're still playing, District, how are you doing? Yes, I found about this weird quest line that is like an arena mode. It's not 4 hours. I was going to stop soon, but it's like an arena mode in a, I don't know if you ever did it. It's like in the middle of the desert. Yeah, it's like an arena mode, so it's like making it a bit more, making it a bit more enjoyable, like the leveling experience rather than just killing in the desert. I don't know if the pacing is better or not. I also purchased a walrus as a mount and the tomes of experience, but at least it's giving it a bit of. And supposedly there's a huge creature in this floor. You did some experience, I see. Almost half of the level. Yeah. I did some side quests to help the boost with the experience boost. The side quest did help, I guess. But I found out about this quest line and I started doing it, and and I am beginning to wonder that no one will ever play this one, for example. Like I found it, like you have to do a long quest line that relies on RNG, opening some chests in the desert, when then you can seal the whole sequence. But basically, I had to open some chests. This quest is long. It only gives you rewards to buy mounts. No, but it gives me experience as I kill as I kill the enemies, and also at least gives me the. No, I think it does reward you experience. I think it does reward you experience, huh? If you complete it. Could it be? Or am I... I don't remember it. But you have a long wait to do it, yes. It did say that it has some experience or some shit like that. Well, but at least it's a bit more dynamic than just killing enemies in the desert. Here, at least, supposedly there's a huge creature in this floor. Something like that. I did some side quests, by the way. I did some side quests, and that somehow helped. But yeah, it eventually ended up in being this shit that I thought it was quite dynamic in comparison. I can help next time to continue with the story. It has 15 floors, no, but the boss is in this one. It says reach blah blah on second floor. It should give me experience just for getting there, right? Or am I wrong? But only if you want. Yeah, no. Yeah, you can help me, no worries. I wanted to showcase it today, so everyone has a... If you want to experiment more with leveling, you can. Yeah, no, I want to see it because this I've been commenting it. This is absolutely crazy for any new player. Like this is like here since the beginning of the game, or is it like a more modern, implementation with an update? I can barely move with this shit. Is it like a modern implementation? This experience pacing, like I tell you what happened. Like maybe with the scaling of the classic system of the game, maybe it was different because like I don't think it can't have been like this right from the beginning. This generally happens when the games make the transition from paid to from paid versions to free ones. Generally happens something like this. You had the level 100 expansion. Okay, give me a second. I don't want you to kill. And since then it remained like okay. Give me a second. I will read it. I'll read it. Sorry, it's just that I don't want it to kill me again. I want to see if it will give me experience for the boss on the second floor. But it's not dying. Shit. Doesn't give me time to stack up on the... that's it behind this one. Because I bet at least it's more interesting than just killing the desert randomly. I don't know. At least it's like a weird dynamic. I mean, it's an arena mode. And there, I could snipe it from here. Yes, indeed I could. Sorry I couldn't read your message instantly. We had level 100 expansion. I'll tell you what happened with this song, basically. And after a few months, the devs sold the company to the Chinese company. So the old developers did a bad job with quest levels and everything. And since then it remained... okay, so when it was level 50, it wasn't like this. It was more reasonable in that sense. It was more reasonable up to 50. So yep, and it jumped like from 50 to 100. And tell me, when the game wasn't bought by the Chinese company, yeah, okay, okay. So when the game was like up to level 50, how was the business model? I'm quite curious about it, District. Um, like, did you have to pay for the game, or was it still just free to play? In that sense, was it like this, or you had to pay like something to free to play still? Okay, and the leveling was much better. Just that. Okay. Okay, so you all had to go through this because if you were all at 50 before, by finishing all quests, you would end to level like 49. Okay, originally. Then for the last 6 levels you had to farm experience like this. Okay. To farm an experience like this. I see. Okay, okay, but it wasn't like every 2 seconds like it is now, because here really if you, Phantom and the other and everyone was farming the Great Desert. Okay, so this is like a reminiscence of what you did by the time you finished the game originally. I see. I see. It's like a reminiscence of what you had to deal with when you finished the game originally. Okay. Okay, so the Chinese company directly said basically the leveling progression is unfinished because they sold the game to the Chinese. And the Chinese never did anything about it. No, damn it, this is absolutely terrible. It's absolute. What the fuck? Is it dead or not? You survived. Go to the next platform. Perfect. Yeah, probably missed the opportunity to kill it. Whatever. The Chinese never did. Damn it. Damn it. This is terrible. This is terrible. Is it this one? This one is a mob. This one is a mob I have to kill. You should give me experience for doing this, and I still have the Tome of Experience there. Did the quest update? Yep, it did update. The quest did update. Defeat Owl of the 6 Terrors on the 2nd floor. Took to back in the deeps of demise. It should take me there. So, can I get out? Is that a question? It's a question I can get out from here. And the Chinese never need anything about it. Damn it. Yes, I see, but it's absolutely terrible. It's absolutely terrible because at this point, most people will probably leave the game if they cannot find a group. Like you told me at the beginning, you were right. Like not many would have the will to go through the. I have been commenting that another thing is that it doesn't have a connected storyline. You know, if it had a connected storyline or the side quests were had connected storylines, well, it would at least be a bit more disguised. But here it's like on the face a very artificial wall that blocks players from progressing. You know, that's the thing. That's the thing. Other thing is a very, very artificial wall. You could see Titan Quest, for example, the other day. By the end of it, what the fuck? What happened to me? What the fuck? A serpent costume? People? What the fuck is this shit? This has to be a bug. What the fuck? Shit to come. Danny is the terror on the fourth floor. Defeat him to raise your reputation. I'm beginning to see the. It gives a lot of experience, though, huh? Gives a lot of experience. I see how it goes. Well, I don't know what this shit is. I don't know if I unlock a costume or some shit like that. I don't know why, but I look like a serpent now. Well, people, I don't know. Well, that helped. Look at that. We did one, two, three of this one, and the ending of that one. Okay, okay, okay. Then we'll do this, people. I'll try to farm it a bit offline. I'll try to farm to keep doing this dungeon a bit offline, so I don't bore the rest of the people over at YouTube. I'll try to farm it, get to as close as I can to 55. I'll try to farm it like that, and by the next stream we should already be at close to 55 or something like that. But by now I get the hang of why this is so terrible. In like, it's a very artificial way of extending the 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 story of the game in that sense. But well, as I said, this game desperately needs an offline version with modding to fix those things. Definitely. You get a lot of. I he- I will help you for level 55 in the dungeon. You get a lot of XP there. You mean in this silly dungeon? You mean in this silly dungeon? No, but maybe you won't be online. I can check if you are online here. Where was it? Here. Parallel World Infernal. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, 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 that one. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, 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 yeah. We do that, but let's see if I can have it ready for next time, so I also don't bother you in that sense. But well, I get the idea more or less of what. Yeah, at this point, this is absolutely crazy. Like, it's like telling the player don't play for a week. It's just 10 minutes. Yeah, for the youth, just 10 minutes. Their level is much faster. I tried to actually, and if I do it alone, if I somehow manage to kill some of the enemies alone in there, I tried and they did give more experience. I killed some, few one or two. If I could somehow increase my damage, and I think they even dropped, you get like zero if you do it alone. Actually, it's hard. You don't get the extra experience if you do it alone. Okay, okay, I get it. That should be changed. If a person can do it because I killed some of them, she should get extra experience. Okay. Well, well. Well, no, sorry, district. By the way, that map has a circle that spawns like 200 enemies. Okay, 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 perfect. I will, when they all die, your XP bars will go, boom. Okay, well, perfect, perfect. But well, I wanted to do this today. Sorry that I wanted to probably see a better pacing of the stream and everything, district. But pretty much, I wanted to get at least once through the pacing that a normal player would get through, because this wouldn't have happened to me here. I don't know if you've noticed it, people, but it would have happened to me in the Northlands section, in the pretty much in every area, at the end of every area, and that is absolutely terrible. Like, you either do all of the side quests, or you don't progress, or you do it as a group. It's needless to say, all that I bash the game today pretty much is because of that. It's absolutely terrible. Yeah, so you want to experiment. I let you do the experiment for the YouTube people. Yeah, District. Sorry that maybe you wanted to see a more normal pacing, but I cannot play like a fairy tale version of what anyone who will play the game will go through without being a streamer that gets help from the experienced players of the game that help me because of the appreciation you have for me. You understand the normal person will go in, beg for the groups like you told me in the chat, be ignored up to 70%, and go through that. And I wanted to see that at least once in the worst zone that you told me about it. Anyways, I will try to have it farmed for next time. I will try. If I don't get through it, then we can do it. But I'm going to leave it like that. I'll see what I do about it. I'll see what I do about it. Maybe I can somehow find. Maybe if I try doing, for example, Hagavstone Grotto on Infernal, and I think at that point it gave me I could kill more of the enemies, and it gave me more XP per killed enemy. I think that did help. I don't know if it helped or not, but it looked like it helped. I don't know. I don't know. Pretty much. Pretty much. Uh, so yeah, people. No, I will probably do this thing. Well, this regards in that sense. Sorry that you didn't get a normal stream today, but no worries. We'll get a normal one next time, either one way or another, and yeah, pretty much I wanted to showcase it perfectly for everyone. I wanted to showcase it perfectly for everyone. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for visiting me again at the end and at the beginning. District, I always appreciate your company. Patrick as well, that you said that, oh, I had to go to sleep, but your words cannot express my gratefulness for this conversation. Era, you open my eyes. You are my favorite teacher. Well, thanks to Patrick as well. There, bye bye, District. Thanks to anyone who might have taken the time to watch this as a YouTube bot or a Twitch bot in the future. Before I go, thanks to the 86th YouTube subscriber that sadly you subscribed anonymously, so I cannot see your username and display a beautiful follow subscription message. But still, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I just cannot see your username, but thanks to subscriber number 86 over at YouTube. Thanks, special thanks always to all Discord members and Twitch followers, especially to the 2 subscribers of the channel, pretty much to all of you for visiting me frequently and today. People, see you next week. Have a great weekend. I wish you all a great weekend. I wish you all a great weekend. I'll go play a bit of Star Wars New Republic later during the weekend. Bye bye.